I am only slightly addicted to this game. Just don't look at my time played on it. Nearly 30 hours. I only played it twice. Wait, twice? 3 times. 3 times? 3 times, yes. Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream, folks. Hopefully we're doing fantastically, but today I'm Mel. We're playing more Timberborn. I don't need to play more Timberborn. I cannot play more Timberborn whenever I want. But I kind of want to. I kind of want to. I had so much fun with it, and I've been good this entire week. I've managed to not play it. I've been very good and not played more Timberborn all week because I wanted to make sure that I could actually get to sleep. I'm very tired still, but it's fine. So yeah, we're gonna play some more Timberborn today. Although before we're gonna start a new game. By the way, we are gonna start a new game, but I do want to show off a little bit because I mean, honestly, like at the end of the last run that we were doing, it was actually going pretty well. I think that was Be Very Bold. What was it we were doing? I feel like it was Be Very Bold. The little diorama one. Yeah, it was the little diorama one on the cliffside. So let's load this up and have a little look at it. I've not seen this in nearly a week now. Well, it's been 5 days, but it feels like forever. My God. But yeah, we're gonna check this out. Just because I mean, I've spent like more than twice the time playing this game now, and I just want to have a look and I want to see what I've done well and what I've done poorly, because I learned a lot doing this. Oh, let me turn off my BGM. Hold on. Forgot that both of them were active at the once here. There we go, much better. So yeah, started up here, and I've done a decent job of lighting this area up, coloring it green, expanding. We're doing surprisingly low on food. I could do a lot more food. Jeez, I could do with a lot more food. I've also not really invested in water infrastructure. We don't have a dam set up to protect against water. Although, oh, I had developed this. This was my system for dealing with bad water. And honestly, genuinely surprised how well it was working. We just upgraded it too. That was actually really satisfying. That was fun. But yeah, we are slightly missing a water supply itself. That's kind of tricky. We do have our little wire network set up, sending us from here to here, down to here, down to the middle, over to the edge, then down to this little industrial area. Looking not too bad. Got my own custom little setup for extracting bad water, as necessary as that is. And I think we use the first TNT, blowing a hole right through here so that we just dump the bad water out the side of the map. Hello KFC, good to see you, hopefully all well. Hopefully you've been doing good. I've not streamed since the last time I was playing this. Bit of a tragedy actually. Usually I do stream on a Monday, but Monday was a mess for me. Monday was a bit of a mess. So yeah, no, glad I took the day off though. I did need it. But yeah, this is not the last that I've actually played Timberborn. I have been busy. We're gonna have a look at the other one. Stuck in a broken train. Oh joy, I know that pain all too well. You take care. Hopefully they can sort out some kind of replacement, or they can like get moving along a bit sooner rather than later. And I also hope you're not too far away from, you know, civilization. That's kind of a key one right there. But yeah, zipline would be very nice. Let's show off what I was working on the other day, most recent time. At least that's good Wi-Fi. That is good to hear. No, take care of their KFC. Do take care. It's important. But yeah, I've spent an unreasonable amount of time playing this last weekend. nearly 89 hours. Kind of bad, to be honest, but hey, here we are. But yeah, if we actually have a look at what I've done now, I decided to do a run on the Thousand Islands map, which is awesome, actually. It's so good. I'm also playing on the hardest difficulty as well. I'm playing on hard mode, which means that droughts are more frequent, bad tides are more frequent, and yeah, you start off with worse, well, not worse, but less resources. So yeah, you start off on this little island. Oh no, tell a lie, it was this island down here you start on. This was the starting island. And yeah, it was a question of, right, what the hell do I do? And the first thing that I noted was, right, this island here, there's no good pockets on it, on the surrounding area. There's no good pockets around it that stay wet when there's a drought. Like, all the water on the map comes from this little section up here. We'll get to this, trust me, we'll get to this. All the water comes from up here, floods down the slope, and then it spreads out radially all the way along here, down this way, all the way along here, and then scooches off the side of the map all the way down along the bottom edge, right? So yeah, when there's a drought, suddenly the entire map is no longer covered in water, which is a bit of a concern. So yeah, I quickly realized after one failed attempt, by the time of the first drought, that yeah, this little spot right here, like this nice convenient natural stair right here. Very convenient natural stair, right next to this little puddle, right next to this little natural stair as well. Just send people over here, set up a farm, and then this little section over here, which is, well, most of the area that stays wet, that could just grow you all your food for like the first drought, which I think is like 4 days or something. It's hell. Any crops that you plant over here unprepared will just die. It's horrifying. This is a brutally difficult map on a high difficulty. So yeah, started over there. And then it was just a question of, right, for longer droughts, like a week or longer, this glorified puddle is not enough to actually sustain food production on this island, as well as sustain tree growth, as well as like providing water to my beavers. So how the hell do I make sure that this stays wet as long as possible? And I figured, you know what, we can double, well, not just double how long it stays wet, we can actually like massively increase by walling off little areas. So that's what I did. First thing, one tiny little short wall right here, little wall between these two islands, little wall between these two islands. Suddenly this area stays wet. Stays wet constantly. That's exactly what I wanted. Did have to, you know, just like add this little section as well to keep water in here, but that was a good place to start. And then it was like, right, how do I expand? How do I get more of this area stays wet? Well, the thing is, like, this little section here, it's all on relatively raised land. Like, this section down from here, and then along to here, down here, and then around here, is all slightly raised. This area is kind of difficult to deal with. I didn't want to start by terraforming over here. I figured to start over here. Again, we'll get to this. But I was like, okay, well, what's the shortest way to wall off this section here then? Like, here and here. A little wall here. Or, well, I've got some fill valves. And a wall here. And then just wall across here, here, here. That's a natural wall, which I could clear any time, but I don't want to. And then here. And then I have 100% control over this entire area. Also, Wendy, good to see ya. Welcome to the stream, Wendy. Hopefully all's good. Arthurian knights spend more time kissing each other than talking to women. Well, I mean, come on. The round table is a sausage fest. What can you even say to that? Also, wow, there's some lag going on here. That's fun. Gonna see if I can sort that actually. Oh wait, it's just me. That's fine. No, not great. But yeah, hopefully you're doing good, Wendy. So yeah, got this all walled off. It took several droughts, but the most important thing was being able to do it before the first bad tide. And I got very fortunate. I was able to seal everything off, not this bit, but like this bit, all the way around to here. I got all that done before the first bad tide. I'll spare all the law, but Jesus told Galahad to kiss his homies. I'm not surprised. For those who have not been in Wendy's DMs all day, Wendy's been studying Arthurian legend, I assume, to understand the background of the Fate series better. I assume. Like, I can't imagine any other reason. But yeah, no. Nah, hopefully you're doing good, Wendy. Hopefully all is very good for you. But yeah, as we got this whole area set up, it became a question of, right, how do we expand? How do we get a bigger population? How do we get access to resources we need? So then it became a matter of making platforms. Making platforms is important. This was all the fuel the energy that I needed over here. For industry early on, it was just like, right, I can use industry during bad tides. I can use industry during like not droughts. So I built these, and the original plan was to expand over. Ended up mattering quite a lot less than expected, for reasons which will become apparent. So yeah, critical resource as you're developing is you need metal. So it was all hands on deck, building as many planks as possible, to build tons of platforms, to get over to here, to get down to here, and to gather all the lovely scrap metal, which is over here. And I've not even collected it all, mostly because this large pile is completely filled already. But that worked pretty well for a while. But then I started getting a bit... Actually, no, this worked really well for ages. Then it became a question of, right, I'm getting fed up, running out of water, and not being able to do anything with fuel. Like you can see right here, the original factory district was down here. And that worked pretty well for a while. While there was water, you can see I did this to try and like speed the water going through the water wheels. It was well worth it. But yeah, when there was no water, suddenly I couldn't produce anything, which is very concerning. So you can see over here, this little section, I've got lumber mill next to power wheel, gear workshop next to a power wheel, lumber mill next to another power wheel. We were wasting so much beaver labor, and I was like, there must be a better way. And I found one. Down here, this is the secondary we went to. There is a geothermal vent down here, which I don't think I can click on. But there is a geothermal engine built on top of it. So my second order of business, well, after building this zip line route to get all the way over here and gather the lovely trees that were on this island. Yeah, then it became a question of, right, get down here, build the geothermal engine, build all the industry that can be supported in this area, and yeah, set up so that there's some basic supplies for everyone. You can see just here, we've got berries, we've got grilled spatterdock, we've got water, and extended the zipline station down to here. It had its own terminal for a little while. It's now part of the main spine. But yeah, at this point we had this whole section. We have this section, which has expanded massively for water production and storage. This place became one of our first major logging concerns. Like, we had a little bit of logging on the main island for a while. We still do have a little bit, but mostly just for a little while. This is relatively new. We had a little bit of logging here, but like when it became first time to start growing some oak, this was the spot. Kind of worked pretty well, actually. And then it became a question of, right, the tides are getting worse. The droughts are getting longer. Like, the situation was developing that this entire section was dry for like 10 days, and these puddles were drying out like 5 days after. Beavers were going thirsty, even with what storage we had, which was before we had these fully up anyway. Beavers were going thirsty. Crops were dying. Trees were dying. It was generally a bad time for everyone involved. So it became a question. How do we preserve as much water as possible? And then it became the mega dam. But okay, not the mega dam. It's more like the killer dam. I don't call it a killer dam. So yeah, we built the killer dam. And this took ages, but the good thing about a dam in this game, you can build them in stages. So it started out just with like an initial line to be able to hold a layer or two of water, and that was fine. And then it became a question of, right, fill it up higher. Fill it up higher. Fill it up higher. And now it's doing pretty well, actually. It's actually higher than the base of this mountain, which was already used as like part of the basis for it. Only a pathetic amount though. But yeah, this took me hours. This took me so long last Sunday, I think it was actually. Theoretically, we could build it higher yet. Like, if we actually have a look, the highest point on the map is at level 18. And the top of this hill's level 16. So we could go, like, 5 levels higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it could be quite a bit higher than this yet. But currently, there's not the most need for it. So I'm content to leave things as they are for now. I also, yeah, I made a minor strategic error. I started out building tons of triple platforms here for building height, and like, that was fine. That wasn't the worst thing to do in the world. But it's not quite as efficient in terms of precious logs, because my god, did we go through a lot of logs doing all this. Actually, you can see some of the debris down here still. I'm not even going to pick those up. We don't need those planks. Well, only because our plank storage is currently full. Yeah, to work on that, we had to extend logging. I chopped down every single log on this ridge, and ended up planting a bunch of oaks as well. So that was very fun. Train's fixed. Fantastic. Good to hear it, Kay. Let's see. Car driver's on was breaking the entire train, so they turn it off. Oh, an electrical fall. That's interesting. Well, thank goodness it's not below freezing. And, well, hopefully it's not too dark. I suppose, you know, you should be able to move up to another carriage if need be. No, that's good to hear. Glad to hear you're moving again there, Kate. Oh yeah, and I ended up building another little house here because we needed that to help some with construction and also with logging. So that was really good. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna continue on this one. Like, I probably will at some point because, like, we're still relatively small. We've only got enough beds for like 90 beavers. We've got 5 unemployed beavers, which is very fun. But yeah, oh yeah, I also built this little route up to here so that we could have some more scrap collected up here. But as you can see, that large pile is filled as well. So yeah, that's not going anywhere. Next order of business was actually going to be extend this dam this way. Probably just going from here initially to this island, then across to this side of the ridge. Maybe collecting all these oaks while they're there, like they will need it at some point. And then there's also the question of these ruins, which would be submerged, actually, partially at least. Oh, and also this underground ruin. So I might build it like over to here, up to this ridge, and then like maybe just like work around this until we can add it into the dam later. Oh, that is the biggest deal. Oh yeah, but we need the underground ruin, don't we? For endless ore. Yes. Yeah, there's no more ruins down here. There is a ruin over here which you'll be able to access. It's not the worst to get from here. It's just a bit of a hassle. Plus then you got to send in beavers. Whereas collecting ore is not actually the worst. But yeah, you also see I've started to try and separate these sections, keep this area from backing up with bad water. Got a little spillway at the top of this dam, which, yeah, because if it overflows, it's going to overflow this way. So I'd rather it overflow this direction. Technically, I mean, I could, like, just build up this side a little bit higher so that it all spills over that way instead. But kind of a hassle, to be honest. So 5 of these, believe it or not, 5 of those, 5 dam blocks is more than enough to control the output of 10 water sources, which is nice. Oh yeah, I had to add that very much in a hurry when I finished off. And look at this tiny little dam. It's so cute. But yeah, yeah, I've been enjoying the maths of it actually, because I was thinking to myself, right, is like 3 fill valves going to be able to control the bad water coming from 10 sources? Turns out it is, which is a pleasant surprise, because yeah, if we turn this back on and then like press play, yep, this was the difficult part. This is the first thing that I did. I didn't even mention it actually. First thing I did before building the dam proper. We had to figure out a solution for dealing with bad water. And yeah, I had to learn all the new automation tools, because while I have seen all kind of interesting automation solutions being implemented by Timberborn YouTubers, I'd never seen anybody actually work with Timberborn automation logic and tools before. So yeah, I had to figure out how to build a contamination sensor, which is all right actually. Like, it literally just takes the automation functions from the devices, and it just says this will work in concert. Wait, if I can move out of the way. In concert with this contamination sensor right here, which is that one. So yeah, if this detects any contamination, what it does is it shuts this gate over here, so no dirty water can make it into my lovely clean reservoir. At least not above health standards at the very least. A little bit dirty water gets in, but it's fine. And then the rest of it all gets diverted here. And then as soon as this area is entirely clean, like as soon as there's no contamination. Oh, hold on. If it's greater than... Oh, I can go down to 1. That's fun. Right, that'll save even more dirty water from getting in here. But yeah, as long as it's greater than 1, that will be closed. Otherwise, it stays open. And all the dirty water just gets dumped into this channel alongside the much bigger load of crummy water. This side also wasn't quite as appealing for building a dam, mostly because, like, it didn't have this nice block here. Well, I mean, it does have this nice block here, but it didn't have this nice mountain here to kind of work as an anchor point. Like, it doesn't make that much difference. Like, how many blocks does this actually save? Like, I don't know, 20 blocks or something? It's probably not even worth it, to be entirely honest, but it seems appropriate. It's nice from a beaver's point of view. Like, annoyingly, we can't look up. Oh wait, there is a go into beaver point. There's a beaver point of view mode, isn't there? Hold on. I could swear there was one. Run global view. District 1. Yeah, it's all District 1. Yeah, I've not bothered learning how districts work yet. I haven't got around to it. Yeah, there's a way to go into first person view. I remember having seen it before, but I don't remember it. Hold on, let's check key bindings. Object control, building control, user interface, settlement panel, automation. That's fun. You can just set levers to keybinds. That's fun. Map editor. No. No idea. It's fine. Doesn't matter that much. Anyway, I would say this is a successful colony. I've also set it so that you can barely see them. These fill valves. When there is no drought taking place and no bad tide, it detects it based off of this, which is honestly not in the best position anymore. I think about it. But yeah, if this doesn't have any water at it, it goes into water conservation mode. Yeah, if anything I should... I don't know where I was going to go. It was originally set up when water was always flowing down here when things were good, but now it's kind of at the limit, so it's not going to do much more. But yeah, when there's tons of water stored up, then it targets a height down here, 9.95 meters. So this water level is going to basically be as high as possible. And that's connected to every single section of this. I mean, I suppose I could call it a paddy. But yeah, so it keeps that water level as high as possible. When water level gets below this level, it goes down to 0.75. Basically just to be able to preserve some water. It literally just tries and preserve some water. It probably doesn't make a difference. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, the last drought that we had, this barely went down by, like, a half, if that. This is fine for water. Like, I can hold out for, like, a month without water right now. And if I were to expand it over to here, that would probably make it, like, 6 months worth of water supply backed up. That would be satisfying. But yeah, no, this worked really well. I also didn't even get to use any of my contingency measures. In fact, they've caused more problems than they've solved. I originally left little floodgates. I left this one here, and this one here. Just on the off chance that for some reason I forgot to close the floodgates, which have not been automated. And yeah, I didn't want there to be bad water in here. So if I messed up and this area was full of stagnant bad water and I was like, oh crap, what am I going to do? What I could do in that instance is wait until clean water started flowing in, open these valves, all the dirty water flows out, the good water comes in and stays. That was the plan. Didn't end up needing it. I did, however, at one point, end up deleting this by accident. And we ended up losing a ton of water during a drought, and that was tragic. But still, we survived. We had one major incident where some beavers did die of dehydration. That was, I think it was when I was building the large water pump, but before, I think it was literally just installing these medium tanks to store crazy amounts of water. Oh yeah, and a couple of times before we got the dam set up, we did have to install some fluid pumps in this area so that they could literally dump water into the paddies to keep the Spadadoc alive. Because quite often we were running out of food, we were running out of... the Spadadoc was drying out before the end of the drought, and by the time we'd replanted it, another drought would start again. And that was just not good. That was really bad. So we had to adapt. We had to say, right, okay, we need to massively increase the amount of storage. We need to dump off water in here to keep this above 0.75 as much as possible. Now it's just redundant. Now they're just artifacts of an older time. We've also got this depth sensor, which I did set up to enable and disable these fluid dumps when necessary, but now, unless something catastrophic happens, and this game does not have felines, we're never going to run out of water again. Which is going to be lovely. So yeah, next order of business would be expand this out. Expand it out over to here, down to this level. We catch the runoff from here first. And then at some point we would need to wait until the water level's a bit higher. We probably need to build it up before we merge these two properly. But like worst came to worst, if we did like completely drain this section and then this section had a decent amount of water left, I would just delete the walls down until they would fill up and it would be fine. But yeah, oh, this was really fun. This was really fun and on a high difficulty. So I feel like I learned quite a lot doing it as well. So the plan for today, we're gonna do another run. We're gonna do another run, and goodness, this is gonna be fun. But yeah, no, oh, it's such a good game. I've had so much fun. I mean, aside from how much it impacted my sleep schedule, and how I still have chores from last week that I'm still to catch up on. But it is very good. We're gonna play as the Iron Teeth because I unlocked them. I think I actually unlocked them while we were streaming last weekend. So yeah, they defect from traditional timber ways. They've mastered iron and science to build advanced machinery. They achieve progress through ingenuity, efficiency, and disregard for the environment. Their motto: work hard, work hard. Theirs is comfort food and sturdy wood. I'm sure it is. But yeah, the map that I want to play on Oasis. A lone green refuge in the wastelands, surrounded by aquifers that can be accessed by clever beaver engineering. Sounds good to me. We're going to play on higher difficulty. I do want to have a little look very quickly. Oh, so it tells you how many starts you get. Tells you how many starts. So age 10 to 70%, starting children, 4 between 10 and 80. That's pretty granular actually. Food consumption, water consumption, how much food you start with, how long temperate weather lasts, 5 to 8 days. Abominable. Drought duration, 15 to 30 days. Drought duration handicap, 20% reduction for 12 cycles. Ugh, that's scary. 3 cycles without bad tides guaranteed, at least at the start. Then it's 40% chance, oh dear. Bad tide duration 15 to 30 days. Bad tide duration handicap 40% for 9 cycles. 100% entry chance, 75% building refund rate. That's pretty nice. I like the number of options for difficulty there. So if you think the game's too easy, if you want longer droughts, just set the droughts higher. Sure. I'm happy with default hard for now. I'm happy enough with it. Still kind of learning, and this is going to be a hard map. My goodness, especially on hard difficulty. But I already know the trick to surviving your first drought. Well, certainly your first bad tide. Droughts, that's going to be another question. What do we call this one? I do like puns. Considering this is an oasis, I'm going to call this Sandy Beaver. I don't like sand. It's coarse, it's rough, it's irritating. It gets everywhere. Dear. So yeah, this is a fun map. Minor, well, confession rather, as much as anything else. I have seen this map played before. Real Civil Engineer did a playthrough of it. So I am familiar with some of the basics of this map, but not so much that it will spoil too much, at least I don't think so. So yeah, there's only one natural water source on the map, and it's a water seep. It's got limited pressure, which means it will only ever fill this much. It will never go higher than that, but it will replenish to that level, which will be very, very nice. The rest of the water that can be produced on this map comes from these spots, little aquifer outlets. So yeah, we have to build devices, we have to build, what are they called? This is a aquifer drill, wonderful. So yeah, we can build aquifer drills on these spots, then this will fill up with water, and the water flows all the way down here, merges with other sources, comes down here, and flows off the map. That's bad. We don't want it to flow off the map if possible. We want to freaking municipalities in California this thing. We want not a single drop of water to make it into the Gulf of goddamn Mexico. Wait, not Gulf of Mexico. Wrong side. Shoot, what's it called? Little spit of land, water. Very narrow. East of Baja California. Whatever that is, anyway. I don't know what it's called. My US geography is terrible. Let's see. Other benefits and disadvantages. We've got bad water sources. They're dormant for now, but they won't be forever. So that'll flow down here. Does this split both directions? Yeah, some of it will split that way. This area is actually closer, then it fills up here. It'll eventually overtop. There's more bad water down here. There's also bad tide drains, which is horrifying, to be quite honest. Yeah, and then that's all going to back up and go that way. So yeah, we've got tons of nasty stuff going on. Another aquifer drill over here, which is interesting. Right next to, yeah, bad tide drains. I know a couple of tricks of dealing with these, actually. We'll maybe give one of those a shot later. But I say later, assuming we're going to get that far today. I don't think we are. We're just going to be chilling for the most part. Another advantage that we get, though, we do get geothermal fields, and there are tons of these, and they're so much easier to get than on the Thousand Islands map, which I think is only fair. There's a lot more ground here. Wow, look at this area. Look at all this going on. So wait, hold on. Where does this go? So that's there. Let's zoom down. Let's see where this goes. So that goes... Oh, that goes off the map. That's the exit point for all this. That goes to there. Water comes from here. Wait, does it double back? This is a weird map. This is gonna be fun, though. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so, interesting points. We have, within a stone's throw, nice supply of blueberries right next to us. Nice supply of pine wood right next to us. That is like the second... I'd argue it's the second best wood in the game. Just because it's a good ratio between... I need to do the maths on it. I would like to do the maths on it. Just give me a spreadsheet. I think it's the second best. Because it delivers quite frequently. Every 12 days. And it gives you 2 logs per. Compare that to most other ones, it's pretty good. It's like 7 days for 1 log for birch. It's pretty bad. Let's see, we've got some ruins right here for our first metals, which is going to be good. And we've also, over here, double geothermal fields. That is going to be damn near essential for industry, because we can't use water power. It has to be geothermal fields. Or, you know, beaver power. That's another option. You can rely on beaver power. Right. I also want to establish what threats we need to worry about. Oh yeah, we can also, you know, access this aquifer drill. And that'll produce more water. That'll flow down here. So it'll go down this way. I think it just cascades through the rock. Yep, and then comes out over here. And then it'll also go this way, but it'll be blocked off there. I could theoretically block that section off myself. Have it all flow this direction. It then fills up this area. Makes this area a bit green for a while at least. And then it flows through to here. And then through to here. And then... I don't know where it goes from here. Oh yeah, it goes around here, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Also, is that just shadow? That shadow. It looked like water for a second there. That's fine. So yeah, I'll maybe do that, because that'll then make this area nice and green. And that could be a good area for expansion. Like, that's only 2 blocks high. That's relatively easy to get over. A nice little step there naturally. Then all this area is going to be nice and green. That's probably going to be one of our early milestones, but it'll be a little bit before we get there. We have a lot of work to do. So we do indeed do. Right, so beavers have spawned. Fantastic. Where's the tutorial? There's no tutorial. Wonderful. As a tutorial being disabled, I do like the tutorial. Helps me remember what I'm trying to do. Dear, it's fine. There's only three things that you really care about. You care about berries, you care about water, you care about wood. Probably prioritize water first, isn't it? Yeah, I'd prioritize water first. So in that case, first order of business, we can do all these at the same time as well. There's no reason to do just one at a time. Prioritize getting a nice water pump. Also, it's a deep water pump. That's fun. So where's a good corner for this? We do want farms. This area is going to be berries. I probably want this area over here to be farms. So let's just flip that over there. Maybe... actually, like that. Is that fine? Is that okay? Too far? You know what? That does very nicely. I'm quite happy with that. Here. Do that there. We will need to expand. Oh, it's all coming back. Flashbacks. Flashbacks indeed. Right. So, this is going to be our main walkway, methinks. We will want it to come straight down here. We'll collect the berries as we're passing by. Wait, hold on. This. Oh, yeah, I forgot. These guys get completely different fruit, don't they? Fruit and vegetables. These guys have kohlrabi, they've got cassavas, they've got soybeans, canola, corn, and eggplant. I'm going to have to learn a difference there. They can plant blueberries, coffee bush, birch. Coffee bush? Interesting. Blueberries make sense. Birch, pine, mangrove. Oh, mangrove. 10 days for 2 logs, but also can provide interesting food as well. That would be really interesting on the last map, the Thousand Islands, because you can just plant mangroves in the middle of the swamp, and then you don't need to worry about much, actually. Very good. And oak, the best. Although it looks like you need to actually unlock those somehow, which is interesting. Don't know how one goes about unlocking those, but whatever. We need a gatherer. Where's the gatherer thing? It's under food, isn't it? Yeah, it's under food. Well done, Mel. So clever. Right. I think we want W. Not W. You know what I mean. And then I think we want 3 lumberjacks to start. We've got 9 adult beavers. That's 5, 6 to work, and that leaves 3 to build. We're gonna need to give them more jobs later, so that's completely fine. Right, we need wood, we need food, we need water. Everyone get to work. Get producing. Oh, and I think we've only got 2 spare beavers. Wait. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9. Yeah, why are they not? Oh, it's because I'm missing a job. That's fine. Yeah, let's up that to the max, reduce priority on that, that's completely fine. Increase priority of the deep water pump. You guys don't have anything to chop, that's because I forgot to tell you to chop any trees. Clever Mel. You can chop, like, literally all this, like, go ham. Go absolutely ham. I mean, you're beavers, so, you know, it's fine. Go ham, regardless. Go kohlrabi. Yes, that'll work. I don't know why people aren't building this. It's because we don't have any logs. That's fine. Right, that's why this is a difficult map. It's because we don't actually have any logs. So we need, how many logs? 12 logs for this. Fortunately, we got these all started up at the same time. Get pumping, lads. Get pumping. We need logs. And if memory serves, yeah, can these guys carry 2 logs at once? Yeah, they can carry 2 logs at once because they can carry 14 kilos total. And every log's apparently 6 kilos. That's a pretty small log, grand scheme of things. Right, get pumping your wood. We now have water in production, which is wonderful. Next priority. What is the next priority? I'm tempted to say the next priority is going to be food. Get a farm on the go. Can we do that? We can. Wood we don't need to worry overly about, although one of our first unlocks is going to have to be a forester. For the farm, do we need anything fancy? No, it's just logs. That's good to know. This section's kind of looking nice. This is going to be our first industrial area. I think we just put the first farm here so that we can just take advantage of how close the water supply is. We'll build a little farmhouse right here, right opposite. We will prioritize production of, where are they? Kohlrabies. Every 3 days it produces 2 food. That's very nice. Cassavas are less efficient but more drought resistant, which is nice. Canola's 9 days for 3, which is not as efficient. Corn's 10 days for 2. Eggplant's 12 days for 3. That's 4 days each. Yeah, kohlrabies is the best. Kohlrabies is going to be the foundation of our empire. So it is. So let's designate a nice little area here. Let's go... Let's do this. 6. 6 up to the wall and back here as well. That should be reasonable, right? What's that? What is that actually? 14 by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 60 odds. 84. Yeah, that should be fine. You know what? We'll extend it out to here as well. Why not? Right, so they'll get producing food for us now. Once food's in production, we'll move on to storage. Oh, we also need to think about science, don't we? Yes, we need science too. I'm always very lazy. I just put the scientists right next to the main hut, because that's usually fine. I'll maybe put them around the back, actually, just to save a wee bit of space. Housing's something that we're going to have to think about a little bit as well, which is fine. That we'll be able to fit 2 of them over here, which will be handy when there's a drought. But yeah, we want to prioritize the construction of the farmhouse, not the inventor. Up production hours to 18 of the day. No slacking, beavers. While it's nighttime, while it is the first nighttime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this path. Is it worth extending the path, actually? I mean, I can't go any further than here anyway. I'll start extending it because giving them a shorter distance to drop off will make them more efficient. Everyone's currently slumming it on the ground at the moment, but that's completely fine. They're allowed to do that. It's day 1. Where's my water, by the way? Got some juice here, that's fine. Lovely. Good dawn to you all, beavers. Get producing. Right, one minor pet peeve. This game's fantastic, okay? You understand me? This game is fantastic. I recommend getting it. It just came out. Very fun. If you've never played it before, marginally pricey, I would argue it's worth it. Like, here's a little criticism that I've had of this game ever since I first saw someone playing it. Watch this shadow when I move the camera. Shadow moves with the camera. The light source is fixed relative to the camera. This is abominable. This is an abomination. Unforgivable. Give us a proper skybox. Give us a light source that we can actually, like, tell what time of day it is by the position of the freaking shadows. Ugh. Can't get the devs these days. Seriously. Seriously. Like, my biggest pet peeve with Bethesda. They love having lovely and intricate and interesting, like, visuals for their grip, their land and stuff. Like, that's all fine and good. Like, that's fantastic, actually. The main problem being... Okay, that's 160 science. That's annoying. The main problem being that, yeah... They don't seem to understand how lunar phases work. They don't seem to understand how, like, astronomy works. Granted, they did somewhat try and alleviate this. Good to see TV, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Dwarf Fortress looks more 3D than I remember. There are some 3D mods for it. You can't view things in real time, but there's 3D mods for it. But yeah, no. Bethesda. They basically rendered an entire galaxy in real space with Starfield. I have my suspicions anyway as to how far they went with the appearance of Starfield. But at the same time, they kind of skimped on how. Well, actually, they didn't skimp. They actually made a genuine mistake. They made a genuine error in that. Yeah, when you look at stars, or rather, when you're on a planet, they got different planets like have different rotation rates, so the length of a day is different on those planets. But the thing is, like, the time that you experience on those planets doesn't change relative to the world outside. Like, if you're on a planet with a 13-hour day-night cycle, then you spend 13 standard hours on that planet. There's been one day. They do it the other way around. So if you spend what is it? It's like, okay, I'll make it 12. Make it 12 just for simplicity. If you spend 12 hours on a planet, it should be one day-night cycle, but only 12 hours is actually past standard time. In Starfield, you freaking land, you wait 12 hours, only half a day has passed for you, which means only 6 hours standard has passed. Oh my god, it's dumb. Like, that's more of a time dilation thing. That's more time dilate. No. It's not a problem that there's standard time, Wendy. And I love how people just like stop watching because I'm talking about Starfield. It's not about standard time. Standard time makes perfect sense. The problem is that like standard time is the thing that changes relative to everything else. It's so dumb. It's more of a time dilation thing. Like, it would make sense if you were standing, like, if you were close to a black hole or something like that. But that's not what we see. It's not what we see in this game. Anyway, just my little pet peeve. Right, you stop pumping water. We need storage to go down now. So have yourself 3 small tanks here. I'm going to set one of you to store water, then I'm going to copy it and copy the settings across. Now we've got that. Next order of business. You're currently not doing anything. Let's put you down to 1 job, just so that we can save a little bit of space. We want a medium warehouse just here. We want this to store kohlrabi. Which is going to be lovely. Where's the kohlrabi? That's cassava. That's an ingredient. There's kohlrabis. Lovely. So that can store kohlrabis. We are also going to want one for berries. So where's storage for berries? Berry storage can go, and don't want to go across the road. I will make it across the road, but we'll make it 3 down, just so we can potentially add another building in there later. And a wood pile. Wood pile. Is there space for a wood pile here? I don't think so. For a large one? Like, we can put it here. That's not bad, actually. We can do that. There we go. There we go. Right. Lots of stuff getting produced. We're prioritizing the construction of the tanks first because water is bloody essential. And once we've got all this down, we are going to look at housing because we're going to have to expand our population quite significantly. Actually, you know what? I'm going to delete this. We don't currently need storage for wood because we're basically building as quick as we get it. You're waiting for 15 each. These are also 15 each. That's what, 75 wood? I'm going to struggle with that actually now I think about it. But it's got to be done. Just need to be patient. Wait for more trees to grow. Expand the position of all this. Yeah, we can extend that down to here for now. Gonna drop some more lumberjack flags. Just like that. Gonna pause these just now as well. 2 unemployed beavers. Everyone's still currently sleeping on the ground. Somebody's gone hungry. I don't know why. We've got tons of food. We've got tons of water. Happiness is low because we don't have any housing. I think probably I'll make this little corner here the housing area. I like to build my housing areas high. That should be fine. We do have an unemployed beaver. You know what? We'll enable these again. Got all the haulers, all the builders in position rather. These crops are 60% of the way to done. That's wonderful. We are pumping more water. This is really good. Right, I think it's probably time to think about an industrial lumber mill. Oh wait, no, we can't. We're waiting for science first. So we're waiting for the forester. For that we need 24. And then probably want the forester down here generally. That's fine. Pump it. Pump that wood. Pump that wood, War Dog. His name is War Dog. Or War Dog. But still, War Dog, pump that wood. Wood is the worst. Right, it's totally fine. So right, they've got tons of water supplies. Medium warehouse is going up. One for berries as well. Although actually, berries is kind of unnecessary because people are eating the berries as fast as they get picked. So I'm going to delete that actually. Save the resources. We don't need that. We do need it for kohlrabies. We don't need it for berries. Berries is fine. We also, in that case, don't need 2 gatherers sitting on their arses. We're gonna have to wait another, like, 2 days or so for more of that to come along, so that's fine. No one's unemployed. There's a job to spare. I wonder. You're fine. Yeah, we want this all set up. Right, priority number 1, we need a forester. We need tons of wood. Simply tons of the stuff. And I wonder where a good spot for it is. Like, this spot's not bad, but it could be better. The problem is there's this in the way. I could put it, like, here. And then I've got this whole section. Move that over, it doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, I'm gonna put it here. That's totally fine. Actually, tell a lie. I'll put it here. 30 science points, but kind of essential. Kind of essential. So we'll set... Oh, that's already been set for chopping. Let's just set all this corner as well. Plant trees and bushes. Since we do currently have a lot of pine in place, do I build it over here instead? Considering we've already got the lumberjacks over here, but this spot's better. This spot's better, it's fine. We'll leave these guys over here for now though with the old crowd. We'll use this for the new area. Right, so... Oaks are 4 times as efficient as pines, but they take like nearly 3 times as long to grow. More than twice as long. 2.5 times as long. So they are worth it overall, but is it the investment that I want to make at this very moment? Possibly not. But then it's also there's also like no cost for doing it. I'm gonna save. Ooh, hold on. It's like this is gonna be industry over here. Ideally, oh, my Digimon just pooed. Yeah, I've been playing Digimon lately again. It's fun. Yeah, because I want this area to be all dedicated to, for the most part, things that grow. Because you know, there's water here. I would like it if I could put housing up here or something. I mean, I can build high. This corner's fine. But yeah, probably want to expand down here for farm. This side for trees. This is industry, this is industry. How much is it for stairs? 70 science. I don't have 70 science. It's fine, whatever. Yeah, we'll build this here, it's fine. I'll just designate a side over here to be oak. I'll make it this side, I'll make it the area furthest away. So see this area here? From this little tree here to the edge of there, that's going to be oak. Well, I'm going to set it as oak. So from here, all the way to here, including this, that's all going to be oak. By the time I'm done, that's going to be oak. Right now, it's not oak, but it will become oak. That's fine. And yeah, this whole section here, this is all going to be pine. I will adjust the ratios at a later date. But for now, that should do. That should do us for quite a while. Wonderful. Oh, I could potentially do with a logging route, actually. I could do with a logging road. Just so it's... I didn't mean to do that. I control Z? I can't control Z, that's okay. So that was going to be pine. Oh yeah, I do love that you've got to individually delete thingamajiggies, by the way. That's very fun. Right, so yeah, we need a logging road. So where's that path tool? I literally just had it. There we go. I used it by accident. Now I can't figure it out. It's not really a good angle for where to put it. Maybe just to here will do? Or maybe right the way along to here. Nah. I'll do it here. That's fine. Then that can just be an interesting little block of farmland. We need gatherer flags as well, so one can go here, one can go here. Those guys will be kept busy for a while. They'll be happy over here because there's still tons of trees to chop down. Everything's good. Right, so now we need more science. Science is important. So, let's get a second inventor hut on the go. Get ready with it over here. Because we're going to need science quite a bit quicker. We need to do quite a bit to be able to unlock the... Where is it? Not science. Power. Yes, we need 160 for the geothermal engine. That's the priority. Like, I could use a large power wheel. We do have that available. Geothermal engine. Oh, the geothermal engine does require planks. That's fun. Right, in that case, get a large power wheel on the go over here now. It's a bit of a walk, but we gotta do it. We kinda gotta do it. Get that on the go. We need it. We need to produce some planks. Once you've done that, industrial lumber mill right next to it. I do believe building a geothermal plant should be able to extend over that, right? Yeah, it does. It transfers power because it's gone light blue. That's good. So we need to save 160 science, but we also need logs anyway, so get on it. Actually, hold on. Gonna leave those as they are. I'm gonna up the priority on the forester also requires planks. Right, okay, in that case. Pause all of that. Priority the first. There's breeding pods. I forgot they have breeding pods because they can't make babies. They can only produce through cloning. That's grim. And for that they require water and berries. Huh. That's grim. Right, well, Sure thing. At least barracks are good for housing. Right, well. I learned. I completely forgot how horrifying and nightmarish this is, but here we are. Right, so then it's a question of what the production rate is necessary. Does it actually tell me how many days it takes for them to grow? It requires 5 berries and water. We currently only have berries, but that's fine. I think let's start with 2. We'll start with 2, they're relatively inexpensive. And we'll also build 2 barracks. We'll set them up over here. That way we've got some nice opportunity for population growth. Can I fit another barracks in there? It feels like it's a bit short. It'd be nice if I could build another barracks in there, though. I can! Wonderful. That is very handy. Right, in that case, whoop, lovely. Right, so we get these built, then we prioritize those. So I'm going to put that on higher priority, these on higher priority, these on higher priority, because yeah, the trick with construction in this game is they build things based on priority in the order that they were placed. We want these to be on the lowest priority. So that they, well, not the lowest priority, on a lower priority than these. So that these get built first, then they waste effort over here, and then they can build the forester when we actually have this all set up. It's fine, it's fine. Good thing is we've got 12 adults now, we've got 3 spare jobs. I think most of those are going to be lumberjacks. So, yeah, let's look at disabling a couple of lumberjacks. We don't need all those lumberjack jobs. We do still technically have someone unemployed here on berries, but the first berries are about to come good, so we might keep it, nonetheless. Still. Log situation's looking good. We've got 74. And let's see, we're going to need 40 per barrack? Jeez, that's intimidating, actually. We're going to have some homeless beavers. Why is that so inefficient? What the hell? Right, fine, whatever. That requires 50 logs. That requires 20 logs. Have I been way more inefficient than I thought? I mean, we've still got a reasonable number of logs down here, but still. What the hell? Right, we get one of these up as soon as possible then. Kind of important. We're 5 days into the cycle. There could be homeless beavers. Yep, homeless beavers, unfortunately. It just costs so much to build barracks, though. And there's a drought. God damn it. Right. I'm gonna max prioritize this. Someone needs to work on that. Let's hire another worker at the farmhouse because they need to do harvesting. Make sure that we actually have supplies to get through. Very important indeed. Right, we need way more. Right, you're looking for water and berries. You require 2 for each. Breeding halted, waiting for nutrients. Right, so grab you nutrients. You've got nutrients, and it takes an unknown amount of time for you to be grown. That's interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well, that's fun. Very fun indeed. Well, let's update the oak growing area, considering some of those oaks have been chopped down now, or the things that would be oaks been chopped down. I don't know if those were meant to go, but whatever. I don't know if they were meant to go. It's fine. Totally fine. Right, yep, get pumping. We need as much water as humanly possible, or beaverly possible, I suppose. We do have like 80 wood. Why are you guys not doing anything? Oh, it's because we don't have any wood storage. We've got a pile, it's only 12 logs. I might just plop it here. I think this is better. Yeah. We'll put it here. Someone get on that. We need more log storage. Really important, actually. So this is waiting for logs. I'm gonna up priority over here just so that they prioritize this. You're waiting for nutrients. Why are you waiting for nutrients? We don't have berries. We've got 26. What are you talking about? Fucking weird. You don't have any goods in stock. I'm gonna start you, and I'm gonna pause you, just because the other one has storage and this one doesn't. That was weird. Oh, wow. Right, that barrack says 50%, a little over. We got 6 logs over here, construction in progress. But yeah, getting some of them in a barracks would be nice. I prefer it sooner rather than later. Right, get on it, beavers. Get on it, beavers. We've got a drought to prepare for. So we've got a little bit of water in the second one. The third one's currently sitting empty. Could it be worth building a second one, I wonder? Let's prioritize this one by haulers. There currently aren't enough workers over here. I may deprioritize you. These guys are fine. I'm happy with them working away as these beavers. 2 researchers is important because we need both stairs and another thing. Yeah, the ability to produce a geothermal field, which we need logs for anyway. Looks like they're starting on the power wheel now. That's very good. Oh yeah, I need to set this to logs, get that on log storage, which is very important. That means that these guys will actually be bloody productive. Because yeah, if they don't have any storage, they won't bother chopping wood, which is a problem. Gonna set these to be prioritized by haulers, not that we, have many. Actually, we don't have any. A spare job over there, but that's just because the babies haven't been born yet. Yeah, these take a little bit, actually. Kids are our future. We need 12 more by next month. Oh dear. It'd be worth building some more breeding pods. Get that population moving in a positive direction. Yeah, priority number 1, the power wheel is at 30%. Once we got that, we'll be pretty good. Got beavers chopping down pine trees. This is fine. Make sure that we gather all the resources we can. But yeah, we also need that power wheel. That power wheel is going to employ 4 workers. Or up to 4 workers. New well-being high score because, on average, some of them are in a barracks. Some of them are still homeless, but still. New well-being high score of 4, which is nice. Well, rabbits is helpful. They don't have anything fun to do, though. We'll see if we can fix that. We can give them a shrubbery. We'll give them a shrubbery right here. You guys like shrubberies, right? Wait, it's a good spot for it. Maybe this is better. Yeah, they've got what past the shrubbery, so that's good. And then monuments, no. Do they not get a campfire? I thought they got a campfire. They do get a campfire! Right, let's put the campfire right here. This is going to be entertainment, living, and spawning. Yes, indeed, a shrubbery. I didn't catch the guy's name who requested it. All he said was me. But here we are. We don't need this active just now. Save your labor. We're just waiting for more logs for the industrial lumber mill. So people can actually get to work. Right, is any beavers sitting on their tuchus? Doesn't look like it. That's fine. Completely fine. Right, this construction's going nicely. Once we actually get this up, we're gonna need horsepower. I don't know how much horsepower a single beaver produces, but we'll find out. Right, so that demands 75 horsepower. If I enable this and put it down to one job, how much will that actually produce in terms of HP? I wonder. So one person's going in. Actually, that's just haulers bringing in logs. That's fine. So that's producing. Ooh, it's 79 horsepower each. That's handy to know. Very handy to know. Looks like our second small tank is just filled up, and we're halfway filled up this other small tank as well. So, is this going to be enough to see it through the first drought? I do not know. Let's see, how drought resistant are these? They're only 2 days of drought resistance. So we've got to be careful that this water supply doesn't completely drain. That's going to be a trick, isn't it? We do get 3 cycles free. So I think the next thing that I'm going to invest in is going to be the geothermal power plant. So that we don't need to employ beavers at large power wheel. But, yeah, we are going to have to do a little bit of investing to be able to deal with this water seep issue, because when there's a bad tide, oh, we do not want to have to deal with a bad tide down here. No, no, no. Right, it's a 4-day drought. I'm not overly concerned. I'm not overly concerned by a 4-day drought. We can survive. This is going to be fine. So they're still chopping. Lovely. Let's adjust where these are going to be grown. All good and dandy. That's about to get chopped down as well, because yeah, we're gonna really want these at some point. Like at some point, we're gonna be wanting to transition it entirely over to oak. For now, these are probably gonna take too long. They're probably gonna take too long to grow the pines. We do still have a couple of pines sprouting on their own. We do have a couple of like little wild seedlings, and we will be able to unlock steps and platforms to get up to the pines before too long, which will be good. But even so, it'll be a little while. Even so, get a little sense for how deep the water is. That was like 75%. I might want to stop the log pumper. Just for a bit, like until the end of the drought. So we can hold on to as much water here as possible. We do have 100 water available. We've only got 13 beaver. Each beaver requires, I think, 1 per day. Then it's just a question of the farm as well. We'll leave the farm running. We should be okay. We've got 54 kohlrabis. We've got more being planted. We've got more growing. Maybe I'll keep this pumping for a bit longer, actually. Right, how many planks do we have? We now have 13 planks. We only need 7 for the forester, so let's get this up and running. We need more wood coming in sooner rather than later. This takes 12 days to produce wood as well. It's gotta be done, though. Gotta be done. And we are so close to unlocking the geothermal, which is going to be fan-dabby-dozy. We only need 160, we're at 153. 2 very, very clever people is exactly what we need. People are gathering food, people are planting, people are producing lovely, lovely resources for us. Right, you're at 79. 2 people employed here, but they're sitting on the tuckuses. Oh, it's because we don't actually have storage for planks. That's fun. Right, 1 large industrial pile. Where's a good spot for it? Is this okay? Yeah, we'll put it here. Wait, actually, no, we won't. What we'll do is we'll enable forester production. And then someone... It's someone... Apparently there's no one. Right, let's free up some jobs then, I suppose. Let's unhire one of the farmers. We've downgraded one of you. You're doing your thing. Where are all the jobs? Where are the jobs gone? There we go. Now we've got a worker. We've got 2 people producing lumber. I think let's only have 1 person. So we've got another person doing something. So yeah, we've got tons of builders. Someone's just become a forester. That's great. That means they're gonna, you know, over the forest. We are gonna need a couple more trees to be planted. Let's see, blip, blip. Don't think that blip matters, but still. Right, forester's now getting on it. Fantastic. Don't really care what we prioritize. Actually, I should say prioritize the oak so it gets done first. I don't care overly much, but it would be helpful. Get that oak started as soon as possible. Because we do still have a couple of loose trees going. We still have some supplies available. This is not the worst, and also saves me from planks. Planks are coming through here. What else can I build with planks? Oh, that's exactly what I can build with planks. Geothermal engine! Come online! 400 horsepower, please! That will keep me going forever. Soon we'll be able to stop employing this large power wheel. How many do we need here anyway? 30? Okay, we're gonna need a bit. We're gonna need a bit more usage over here, unfortunately. Is it worth hiring another worker over here? Possibly. Possibly. How many logs is it? 50? Barely afford that. These oaks are gonna go fine. This is okay. We're 2 days in. How are we looking on the water situation? Yeah, we barely touched the water in the pools. That's very nice. New well-being high score of 5 is lovely. Is it time? Yep, so the shrub and the campfire, very helpful, increasing positivity. I'll hold off on this barracks for a bit. 1 baby's been born, that's wonderful. Also, yeah, you can actually, like, clip inside it and see what they look like as they're growing. It's kind of grim. How do you do that? Can you do that? There we go! Oh, what a disgusting little raisin! What a disgusting little raisin! Yeah, don't look up what babies actually look like as they're being born. Disgusting little raisin. Oh, dear me. Anyway, we still have a couple of trees still sprouting. We should be fine. We can't recover any resources from these, unfortunately. Someone's still employed here, but I don't want them to be, so we're just going to break that. I'm going to leave these 2 up just in case, but I don't think we'll ever get much use out of it. Oh, there's some rubble here. That's 4 logs. What are you doing there? Go to the priorities tool. Prioritize picking those up, s'il vous plaît. Do we have log storage? We've got log storage, that's fine. How many workers have we got? We've got plenty. Geothermal engine is coming along nicely. The more production there is of the geothermal engine, the less production we need of other crap. Let's see. So small warehouse. Like, really, actually, here's a really good trick. See if you just want a platform. Something that's not going to be able to store water. Of like, it can store items, but it's not necessarily needed to store, like, anything important. And you just need something to be able to walk on and stuff. Literally just use a small warehouse. I'm just going to put a small warehouse here. We've got the resources that I can very soon unlock stairs. If not right now. Give it a couple of hours. But yeah, we're going to need a path to go here. Double stairs. We go stairs here and here. That gets me up here. Lots more wood. And best of all, this is pine. I am pining for pine. Wonderful. These oaks are taking a while to grow, which is a bit of a concern, actually. But we should be kind of okay. We've got a couple of pines growing here. We'll have access to all those. Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Why are you worried? Fine. Totally fine. So yeah, one more day in the drought. We've plenty of water available. Plenty more in the pool. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Also, yeah, these small warehouses literally cost just 3 logs. And the little bit of labor it takes to build them. What am I going to store here, by the way? Let's just make it kohlrabies. We've got kohlrabies here. It's a convenient spot for kohlrabies. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Wait, actually, I might make it berries, just so that we can produce more berries and store them. Because, like, they're going to be necessary for babies. So, yeah, we're going to need to expand that at some point. One more science point, please. Please. Yep, thank you very much. Reduce time. Unlock stairs. And the stairs go here and here. Fantastic. And then we go to here. We need some choppers. Well, first of all, we need to designate trees for chopping. Just make it all of them. And wood gathering leaves. So, one here, one here. One extra job available. Who do I want to fire? Probably you, once this one's been chopped down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I was guessing how long it was going to take. Never mind. Hurry up. I want to make you unemployed. Work harder so that I can fire you. Wow, I've never heard that from a boss before. There we go. Right, consider yourself fired. They say that the reward for doing a good job is more work. Not in this case. In this case, your reward for good work is getting reassigned to another job. Specifically, they're going to become a member of the district centre for a little while. Well, that's fine. Right, do these cover this entire area? Yes, they do. Wonderful. And this also gives me access to this geothermal field, which will expand this. Ooh, now that's something that I did want to have a look at. We're going to keep time ticking along at speed 1. But, yeah, we do have some minor concerns because, yeah, bad tides. Bad tides are a thing. And they don't just affect me down here. They're going to affect me from around this oasis as well, because this is a confusing mess. There's not one ominous threat that's immediate within sight. There are many threats on all sides that we need to be prepared for. So, 2 directions that I'm concerned about primarily. This direction, there's a little path that comes in from over here. This direction, I don't know where the threat comes from, but there's going to be a threat from here somewhere. Let's have a little look down here and we'll see if we can identify the likely threat. So, in order for this to be a threat, water needs to fill up this little region first, be overtopping, and back up and go this way. So I'm not overly concerned. Got a bad water source over here, but one of those going through a 2-way channel, that should be fine. Where does this one come from? This doesn't go anywhere. Okay. So it could just be as simple as building a little block in here. It stops the bad water going this way, divert it that way, much less of a threat. That could be a very good move, and that way I don't need to worry down here basically at all, like until like maybe this fills up and starts flowing this way. But I mean that channel's 2x2, but there's those 2 and then there's 3 of those. But this is kind of deep. They've got to go right way up there. If there's already a block here, then it's probably not going to go that way. It's going to want to go this way, and then it goes down here. And where does this go, actually? Hold on. Where does this go? Oh, that's that bit that goes down here, and then it goes to here, and then it goes off half. Right, okay. So that's not unreasonable. That's not a ridiculous threat. Probably just building a little barricade over here somewhere, and then we don't need to worry about this section at all. That might not be too bad. You're waiting for just a couple more planks. That's fine. We've got planks in production. We just get them over there. Right, so that's this area. We've got a plan for that. This I don't need to worry overly about. There's a better channel for it to come down here. No other obvious bad water sources around here. That's fine. So then it's... Where's it gone? Then it's... Yeah, then it is this section. So that's all downhill. That's the way it gets off. Fills up into here. That goes downhill again. Does it? That... Oh, that seems to stop here. Hold on. That's the downhill. That's the potential downhill. And then, oh, that's where my water comes from. So it goes down there. Bad water comes here and it will merge here, but it won't get up there. Then where does this go? That's double aquifers. Ah, but then there's also bad tide drains and a bad water source, right. That water comes down here, blends up here. It can go down here. Eventually it might fill out here, open here, flood in, I die. And I don't know, especially during a bad tide, if 3 bad tide drains and 1 bad water source would be enough to overfill that, send it all down here, and then I'm in trouble. So, yeah, we'll have to think about that. Ara would be disappointed in me. What have I done to make Ara disappointed? Genuinely, what have I done? I've done nothing. And they say Ara is an honourable fox. What have I done? What have I done to Ara now? About making things other people's problems. I missed when you said it. Right, oh, we can cancel the job for the large power wheel because our geothermal engine is now running, producing 400 horsepower, which is wonderful. We can save some labour. That labour can go into production of more logs. Right, next order of business. What do we want? We don't need power. Science, we could build a number cruncher, but it requires 500 horsepower, and that's a bit much. There's bot assemblers. Yeah, I've never built robots before. Might want to do that at some point. Grease factory. Want more bots. Number cruncher would be nice. Every hour it produces 10 science, but it's very late game. We could potentially do with an investment in metal. Building a metal smith could be good. Simple metal parts from scrap metal, which produce parts. That's interesting. Then we've also got the smelter, and we've got an efficient mine, which means we can use planks to get 5 scrap, or you can use planks and extract to get twice as much. That's fun. But yeah, maybe worth considering. Maybe worth considering. I'll probably send it down this way. Possibly. Right, next order of business though. What do we want to do? What's our priority? Definitely getting control of this section. So I'm gonna want terraforming blocks. Where am I terraforming? I want to be able to use floodgates. They're 150 science. Because yeah, to stop a bad tide, what you need? Floodgates all around. Well, not necessarily all around. You just need enough of them to be able to distribute it. And honestly, 4 of them will probably be more than enough. You're not currently doing anything. And we do have all this water space. Hold on, let me see my crops. We've got a fermenter, an oil press, hydroponic garden for plants not suited, a food factory, processes ingredients into food rations. That's grim. And a coffee brewery. Are there any plants that need to be grown in water for us? Cassavas, eggplant, corn. I just sworn there should be a kind of plant that we can grow in the water. Or is that just the other type? I think it is. Yeah, I'm getting mixed up slightly. That's fine. That's completely fine. And yeah, we were barely concerned about our water production entirely. That's wonderful. Still producing more babies, which is nice. Can they work on this a little bit faster, please? Are you carrying planks there? That looks like it's carrying planks there. That's good. Get time a little faster. Work harder so I can fire you. No. Hara can appreciate a good Mr. Burns reference as much as anybody. I'm sure. I have no doubt in my mind. Right, so... Let's think about a lot more farming. We do have all this land available for farming. We've only got 2 farmers. Well, actually, we've got 1 farmer. 1 farmer's not employed currently. You're gathering berries. We do have plenty of berry storage. Well, actually, we don't have lots of berry storage. We've got enough to be able to sustain 2 breeding pods, and that's the important part. Let's see. We've only got 1 log chopper. We do have some logs, but we could have more. Definitely do with more. What am I employing all my beavers to do? Actually, what the hell are my beavers employed to do? Oh, they're all chopping up here. Well, 2 of them are. We've also got 2 of them over in the industrial lumber mill. Large power wheel's been disabled though. That's handy. Excuse me. That is very handy. Yeah, maybe worth getting a little bit more happiness up. Nothing I can do for cheap there. There's a teeth grindstone. That will be useful. I'm going to drop it right there. So they can fix our teeth if they manage to get them all chewed up. Rooftop terrace. Wouldn't mind a rooftop terrace for a little bit of happiness. Not really a good corner for it here. Oh, and I just realized having the stairs here is going to make it difficult to get up there. That's annoying. Alternatively, I could build the stairs back here to go up, but I'd probably rather have the convenience. I'd be happier with the dollar. It's fine. We can live with it. We can live with it. Right. Yeah, I think probably beaver population's the most important thing right now. We are... actually, we're a bit short on cassavas. Or kohlrabies. Like, I feel like they've only just finished gathering them, and now there's even more. Not giving them too many, have I? No, I don't think so. Beavers are just hungry. What can I say? Well, I think we're broadly covering all the bases, so I'm not overly concerned. More planting. Oak, oak, oak. Oh. Right, how many days until these oaks are done? We're 13%. Okay, so that's 3-4 days? That was like 4 days. Yeah. That's fine. And then these are about 3 days in? Yeah. No, 4 days in. That's alright. So you're gonna start focusing on... Yeah, now I'm just gonna say... I'm gonna stay prioritized on oak, but, you know, do everything. It's fine. We can expand this area into oak later, I think. Just so that eventually we'll be cooking on just oak. That's what you want. You want just oaks. Kohlrabies are... Honestly, if anything, the kohlrabies are being produced a little too quickly. Maybe we should employ more farmers, but we don't have the population right now. We're gonna start getting old at some point. Is it worth getting the other barracks to increase happiness? I think it might be, actually. It's 40 logs. We do currently have a surplus. I'm gonna regret that, aren't I? Yeah, get this in production, please. Get it in production. We do have the logs. We have the technology. More are being chopped. Gonna set these to be prioritized. Not that it's gonna matter. It's fine. It's totally fine. But yeah, I've got a sneaky suspicion that these are growing faster than they can be, Yeah. We've got one here. I think it's this one, which is at 54%, despite being at the limit. I feel like we could potentially do with more farmers. Because, like, think about it, like, all the time that these are here, they're not getting picked, and they're also not growing. Yeah, see, that one just sprouted. Unless it just sprouted. So, yeah. I think we're not producing enough food. Which is annoying, because that's going to be a limiting factor. Why not? Oh, we need 2 people to work there. Right, that'll help. That'll help a bit. A bit, mate. Berries we're good for. Population's going to keep going up, but yeah, we definitely need 2 farmers now. I'll leave that for now. We'll maybe employ some more farmers if necessary. These guys are chopping up here very nicely. This is going to be a second industrial area once this place gets exhausted. Oh, we're going to make another little row back up here sometime. Probably going to go double mill. Then we're going to need double, what are they called? So yeah, double mills, then double gears. Then I'm also not really sure what we want to be investing in. At some point I will want a better fluid dump. Centrifuge will be good. Aquifer drill will be very useful. This is one that I want to activate first. You know what? You know what? This little line right to the edge here. Don't bother planting these. And in fact, someone destroy these. I know you just planted them, but needs must, my friend. Needs must. Right, so we need little warehouse here. And I might make this path as well, just to stop it being annoying. Path tool. Lovely. Except we don't want a path there, so we're gonna have to set that to be destroyed also. And then we go double steps to get up to here. Can we put down a pile somewhere nice here? That's probably the best spot for it, isn't it? Yeah, that's a good spot for it. That can go there. We'll get some scavenger flags set on this as well, so that's what we're going to use for scrap metal. Happiness has gone up to 6, which is wonderful. Metal. Yeah, double scavenger flags. Like this. Like that. Delete that. You can be, I don't know what. Frickin' kohlrabies? Kohlrabies, why not? Then double ladder to get up to you. Once these have been destroyed, do we have people working currently? Got one person working over here for some reason. One person down here. We can pause you, methinks. Someone else can get to work. Please go break those things down. Going to Add a path here also, just to make that a little bit quicker to get to as well, for those who need to go that direction. In case they do. You destroying that? I hope you're destroying that. There we go. Good beaver. That path's already been built. That's lovely. I don't think we've actually got the jobs to focus on this right now, but it's kind of fine. Someone wants to prioritize this, please. I'm gonna pause one of those scavenger flags immediately. Come on, my friends. There we go. Everyone's happy. Tons of water, tons of resources. Oh, hold on. Where's my terraforming? There's a floodgate, 150. Lovely. So this requires 5 planks. We are going to need a set of stairs. That can just go here. With the ladder going down. Then floodgates. Let's get them all looking nice. Lined up. I don't think corners matter. Just leave it like that. That should be fine. We do need to get a little bit closer though, so that should do right. They're too far from district. What? Too far from district can't be reached. Oh right, it's because these stairs still need to be built. That's fine. Right. Actually, hold the phone. We can't do this side. This side needs to be something else. Can we unlock platforms? Not until we've got 100. That's annoying. This is another important aspect of this. Oh wait, we don't want that after all. Hold on. We want levies. That's 120. Right. Okay. We need to get much more science then. Otherwise, this isn't going to work. Because this is good because it's going to be able to stop the bad water from filling this area, which would be, you know, incredibly bad. Problem being, it's not going to, you know, drain the bad water that pops in here. Now, if we did, it would fill up this little area a little bit, it would get diluted. Over time, it would evaporate, it would probably be fine. It's still rather not. I'd still really rather not. So, we're gonna not deal with that. We're gonna not deal with that. So yeah, no, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait a little bit until we can get some levees. We're gonna build levees here, and then we're gonna use that as a platform to build a bad water pump, which is another 250 as well. We could just use a regular deep water pump. Like, short term, that would be fine. I don't know if that, like, denotes it's bad water. I wonder. Should be fine. Anyway, this is worth doing just now anyway, so that's fine. Completely fine. So right now, we're sitting on a reasonable amount of wood. 1 lumber mill. I think these are better lumber mills than the folktales get access to, because 2 people can work on one at once. And they produce faster, which is very nice. Power shafts, clutch, steam engine. Oh, steam engine. That's fun. Just get a steam engine on the go. Gravity batteries as well. I want that. What do metalsmith produce get used? What do metal parts get used for? Surely something, right? You require metal. What do you get used for? Oh, you get used for the explosives factory. Is it just the explosives factory? I think it's just the explosives factory. That's interesting. It requires the small parts. Here, anyway. Anything else? Oh yeah, there's a tubeway station as well. But that doesn't even require them. Is it just the explosives factory that needs the nuts and bolts? Or am I missing something? Am I missing something? We could do the hauling post, but we need more population before we can do that. We would need it for the deep bad water pump as well. We dynamite for the bad water discharge. We need it for the aquifer drill. Happiness is up to 7, which is astonishing. We've got another drought coming in 3 days. We need to be a little bit conscious of that. Good potential to do some gears. I'm not too concerned about the metalsmith. It could be a good to have, but it's an essential to have. Not really. I also don't think it requires power. No, it doesn't require power. We can kind of ignore that. There's the efficient mine, which also doesn't require power. It just constantly produces more metal. So that's fun. Right, these guys have finished their jobs. So you can get back into the job market. Thanks very much for your services. And you've done your job as well, so good job. Again, thank you for services. Here's your severance package. And we can get all the wood from that as well, which is lovely. Still plenty of wood. How long until these get produced? That is 26% of the way, so that's like a week or so. That's 66% of the way there. Although the next ones are only 20% or so. So yeah, we've got a little stockpile of wood. We slightly need to make it stretch. Just a little bit. Ooh, except for the fact that there's all this wood up here. And this is oak too. Okay, don't mind if I do. Right. Up you there. Grab that. Run this right the way along to here. And double scavenger flag, or lumberjack flag rather. So the separation of one is fine. Ooh, and we can slightly make this path more efficient as well by placing some stairs here. Yes, it will cost a bit of resources, which is not strictly necessary, but it will make it much quicker and more efficient to get up there rather than having to walk all the way around. So let's up that priority first so that gets done before anything else. This is also a good way to use up some of those logs which have been building up. I'm thinking we might actually build a pile for logs. Or not logs, but planks. Kind of been resisting, but it does make sense as a thing to do. I'm going to put it here. This gets to be logs, planks rather, sorry. So that's fine. We still don't, well, we've got this pile for logs, that's fine. Really fine. So yeah, we'll get on that in the morning. We've now got a surplus population. I think, considering where we currently are on all of our resources, I think we could do with another 2 breeding pods. I'm tempted to say 3. I'm just going to say 2 for now. Make them into a nice little square there. That'll be very fun. Anything I can do to further cheer my beavers up, I wonder. More than enough population. These are being produced very nicely. Very nicely indeed. As soon as possible, we unlock what we need. What is it actually? It's 120, so we're not too far away. Let's get time ticking along a little bit faster. Food situation is not massively improving, considering once again this layer's about to pop before. Yeah, look at that, more of them are going. These ones in the back, nothing doing. Nothing's happening with them at all. Right, you know what? I'm gonna say we're going to destroy these. And I'm going to build another farm right here. We're going to build another farm. It'll make it more efficient. I didn't need to destroy that one, but whatever. It's fine. It's going to make it more efficient to harvest the kohlrabis because, my god, they get grown fast. Oh, actually, there's a point. We might be relying on them too much. It's 5 days to produce cassavas. 0.3 days to produce soybeans. I wonder. In terms of the warehouse, it can store berries, kohlrabis, mangrove fruits. Right, mangroves, that's something. Fermented cassavas, fermented soybeans, fermented mushrooms. So mushrooms are ingredients too, and then it's rations. So yeah, I might want to actually reduce the amount of kohlrabis which are being grown because they produce so quickly. Maybe it'd be better to have slower plants that can be harvested more reliably. Because like we're kind of okay for food, kind of, but not really. That's the most efficient though. It just grows far too quickly to be useful. But then I suppose the cassavas and the soybeans, like that only produces 1 and 2 each. But then there's also going to be an extension as well. Canola. What's canola good for? Canola's not officially food, neither's eggplants. Do they get turned into rations? That's corn, eggplant, algae. Ew. Interesting. Debating. But yeah, there are like, there's an oil processor for canola oil. I don't know what canola oil gets used for. There's the fermenter as well, which produces... Oh, that's interesting. So 4 soybeans produces 10 fermented soybeans. 6... Is that canola oil? Yeah, that's 6 somethings in canola oil produces fermented something else or other. What is that? Hold on. That's soybeans. I think it's cassava. Yeah, I think it's cassava. But we need canola oil. That's interesting. That's interesting. So like you're focused much more on industry than you are production. Oh, that's fun. That's very fun. Okay, hold on. That fermenter then. Let's have a look-see at it. Fermenter. Which is more efficient? We would get... Oh, and it also requires science, which... Oh, not science. It requires energy, which is up here. Or over here. So yeah, you do need 2 different industrial areas, don't you? That's fun. But yeah, I think we're trying to over-rely on kohlrabis. They look like they're efficient, but they're actually a noob trap. That's really fun. It plays completely differently to the other faction. That's really cool. Right, how long does it take to produce cannoli? Canola. How long does it take to produce the other stuff? Wait, no, that's soybeans, isn't it? Yeah, soybeans. 6 soybeans and 1 oil. So... yeah, 6 soybeans is 3 plants. Which takes 8 days. They're also very on drought resistant, so that's kind of bad. But yeah, 8 days, and then it just takes like 2 hours or something. And then it produces 20. So 3 of those planted produces 20 food rolling. That's kind of fun. Kind of very fun, actually. Oh, Kalito. Oh, my Digimon just pooped again. There we go. Clean up. Right. Let's see then. Let's go for more power. That's what we need. I'm also going to say stop growing plants here, specifically on this line. And I want to turn it into a path. Can I just directly? No, I can't. I've got to destroy them. I need to specifically destroy the resources. Keep time ticking along a little. Just a little bit. I'll also do these. That's too tall. And I'm thinking we want this area to be more croppy related. So we'll set this section all over here to be soybeans. Ish. Except we can't until this area is clear. Right, if I just set this to not be planted for now, does that free things up for me to then set it to be planted as soybeans? No, because there's things in the way. That's rude. That's very rude. Right. Okay. Mark it all for demolition then. We gotta do this the hard way. We've still got some food. I have to make the most of it though. We've got berries, we can survive. Kurobachi, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Good stretch. Much necessary. And the hydrate, thank you very much. Hopefully you're doing good, Kuro. Ah, dear, dear, dear. Right, oh, is that the first death I see? Gilta just died. That's a right shame. Right, let's get time ticking along at 3 times speed for now so that we can see things get done. Oh, a bad water source is ready to pop in 3 days. Oh, that's a concern. Right, so this one goes down here. Will it flow this direction? It will, but it stops here. That's alright. It'll also flow this direction. That's the right-hand turn, which will just take it completely off the map. That's alright. It's a threat, but it's not the end of the world. So I'm not overly concerned. But we will need to start thinking about answers to these things. Mild concern. It's Friday, one more day till the weekend. If you think about it, Kuro, today is the weekend. You just have to wake up at stupid o'clock to get to work and deal with responsibilities. But that's basically just like you had to set your alarm. Aside from that, it's the weekend. Okay, it's the weekend already. This is not cope. I promise this is not cope. This is cope. This is cope. I'm coping. Yeah, tomorrow's the weekend. I just have to, you know, travel a ridiculous amount of distance. We've spent an entire day and I still can't plant all my crops. That's fun. I can start planting some of them though. So let's plant this area with beanie beans. And, right, so I need 3 pairs. So that's going to be, what is this? That's 6 times 9. Nice. So that's what? 54, 55, 6, 7, 8, 9, 63. 63. Call it 60. It's basically 60. 60 is... Oh no, it's... I call it 64. Call it 64, it's fine. That's 8 loads of thingamajiggy. Wait, is it not? Yeah, it's 8 loads every 8 days. I then also need canola, for which I actually just need, like, 3 plants? I just need, like, 3 plants for canola. But then I need to press the oil as well. Which does require horsepower, but that's fine, because I've got this section. Yeah, that's fun. Okay. That's really interesting, actually. Well. What do I do with that knowledge? Maybe this little section back here, maybe I just make that the canola? Yeah, let's make that the canola, that's fine. So, these 4 can be canola. And that should actually be enough. That's 20 for every, like, 8 days. Wait, it's 20 times 8. 28 are 160. 160 every 8 days is then 20 per. So I can support a population of 20 beavers with just that. Never mind everything else. That's really fun. Oh my goodness. Right, okay, so we've got construction up there already. That's fine. Next order of business. I mean, I don't know why nobody's building anything, but whatever. Nobody's clearing this? Why is nobody clearing? Oh, because they're busy clearing all that. That's fine. Why is only one person clearing? Because there's only one person employed? Where's everybody? Got one person down there. Got one person over here not doing anything. Right, that should be a bit faster. Then there's also this farmhouse, which I might be able to pause actually now I think about it. We don't actually need that many people now, so yeah, just delete it. We don't need it. We don't need you after all. Leave me be. Right, in that case, we might as well get a little bit of a surplus of canola. Considering it takes so little time for it to actually grow. So yeah, we'll get canola growing here. I'm also going to set these rows to not grow thingamajiggy either. So these get to all be soybean. Now let's just speed, small warehouse right here. This can store, I'm gonna say this can store, you know what, this can store kohlrabies, this is fine. Right, so while it's night, we need double steps. We need path up to here. And then that can just look around, that's completely fine. Nope, I got to set my alarm this weekend. No, because I'm going to the dentist and watching a film. Okay, congratulations, I love getting to go to the dentist. He says, not having been to the dentist in forever. But yeah, no, apologies to hear you've got to go for a film. Jeez, wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Nah, in all seriousness, hopefully you enjoy the weekend there, kiddo. Hopefully you do. Food, right, we need, we did an oil press, that's 120 science. Ooh, but I was actually planning on not sciencing for a bit. Let's see, this is the 3rd drought. I need to prioritize something else first. This is going to take like 8 days anyway. Build a fermenter first. Build the fermenter first. That's fine. I can work with that. Then we need to go to landscaping, we need to unlock the levy, it's 120. Let's drive the Chevy. So we need those 2. Gonna make it 4. We have the supplies just barely. Gonna prioritize building those 2 first. The rest of it's not the biggest priority. These are gonna be produced very soon. currently at that much. These haven't been set to chop anything. I've just been wasting beaver labor. Well done, Mel. Clever as ever. There we go. Now you've actually got something to do. Get to work! Work, you fiends. Also, why are you not growing kohlrabi? Should you be growing kohlrabi? I feel like you should be growing kohlrabi. You should be growing kohlrabi. These don't need to be. 2 people are working over here. That's fine. Considering it takes like 8 days to produce soybeans and 8 days to produce canola, or 9 days to produce canola, that means we can have kohlrabi being farmed as well, without too many worries. And we could look at growing something else as well. Depends on what kind of food we can actually grow, and it has to be food. Kohlrabi, mangrove fruits. Yeah, mangrove fruits. So if we go to plants and bushes, go to mangrove. Does that need to be planted by, it's aquatic, it requires a forester. Ooh, that's fancy, isn't it? Right, in that case, let's make a little steps here. Bring this along to here. If there's bad water here, that's bad, naturally. Could be surprising. But, yeah, let's... Every 10 days it'll produce mangrove fruits. So what I'm going to suggest, actually, this area here, once that's down, it'll probably extend to about here-ish or something. Let's just start off with a little patch. It takes 10 days to grow the mangrove. So let's build these like here. And we'll see what we think from there. We will also need that. So that'll be interesting. Keep time ticking along. We're producing more logs. We're producing more planks. We're using the planks. We should actually have these on a higher priority so that they get produced before everyone wastes all their labor running all the way around here. They can just go here and then they go, oh, let's go to this, and then they go to this. That'll be good. Why are people not building these either? I'm going to up the priority on these to the max so that they get produced first. I think we might have just been short on logs. You do run through logs in this. Right, first couple of pine trees are starting to sprout. That's good. But unfortunately, there's only a couple of them that are going to sprout because I sent the rest of them over to do the oaks. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay. But it's fine. We're going to build that. We don't have to worry about this. There's tons of water. Just waiting on this going up. I'm going to up the priority on that too, just so that someone sees to us at some point. We'll just max prioritize everything. How many builders do we have? We've got 4 builders. None unemployed is good. These are getting ready to harvest. We're going to replace those with more soybeans as well, because soybeans is great. Might change you to be... Storage. I wonder. Could do some more storage. Might fit them both in down here. Could potentially. No, we can't. Do we put storage for them up here? Definitely want storage up here for fully fermented ones. And for pressed food as well, which I will want to prioritize. Oil press I can now unlock. I think it's worth doing now. Put it right there. Actually, delete that, delete that. Oil press first. Because we can't go fermenting if we don't have any oil to press. We'll do it like that. Geothermal engines going down. We are limited by logs. Fortunately, more logs are being produced constantly. Need to employ a lumberjack down here because things are starting to grow. This area is actually starting to recover, which is quite fun. We've got some seedlings growing next to those trees that we left earlier. But that's fine. Do love how this area just turns into a monoculture at a certain point. We're producing metal, but we're not really doing anything with it right now. Like, what do we need the metal even for? Oh, for the oil press we need screws. Okay, so we should be producing screws. So we need the metalsmith, and it requires science that we don't have. Great. So yeah, we can't produce the oil press without screws. Which is annoying. Science indeed. Yeah, we're screwed. We're screwed. We can't produce... Okay. We can't produce the press without screws. We can't produce screws without science. We don't have science, we can't produce screws. Right, okay. I am going to keep these things, like, in production. But we're gonna pause them, like, right now so that nobody works on them until they're necessary. 150 science is what we need. I will get this geothermal engine running just now, though. Like, that's fine. We can kind of live. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind spending a little bit of labor building those now. That's fine. That's completely fine. 2 days left in this drought. How are we looking? How are we feeling? Half the water's still available. Log pumper's still pumping his log. We are starting to chop down trees, which is wonderful. We've got some mangroves. Ooh, and it actually extends all the way out to the road. That's lovely. So yeah, every 10 days it's producing 4 bits of food. We're gonna have a population of like 20, so if anything, we've produced way too many already. Like this is fine. So in that case, the next interesting priority becomes storage. At least until we can get the metalsmith, which requires planks and metal. Planks are constantly in production, so I'm not overly concerned. Metal, we're good. Yeah, okay. Mental note, Melanie. Actually, look at what our needs are. Look at what it takes to build things. Look at what it takes to do things. Root cause analysis, Mel. Be clever. Be cleverer. Right, more soybeans. At this rate, unfortunately, we are going to need to increase the storage capacity of soybeans. I think possibly having another couple of rows of kohlrabis would be worth it in the meanwhile as well, because they do grow quick even if they're rubbish. So we'll do this for kohlrabis. That should make up a little bit more labor for these guys, keep them occupied for a bit longer. We don't want to reduce their productivity if we can at all avoid it. Yep, more kohlrabis. They're noted to prioritize planting, which is fine. But they will pick when necessary. So do these require a gatherer? I wonder. If we go over to here, prioritize. Yes, prioritize mango. That's fun. So if I put a little gatherer... Wait, these gatherers, they don't cover the area. This will. So I'm gonna re-enable one job on this gatherer, delete this, and then this person can cover mangroves. If anything, I do wish I'd put the forester over here so that the mangroves could be over here, so we don't have to double up jobs for the gatherer, but it's fine. Doesn't matter that much. Could also just, you know, plant berries over here, like that would be fine too. Could do that, you know. It does require a forester, but we could totally... No, yeah, hold on. We can totally do that. Just move all this production over here. This little section, just turn all that into berries, and then we're laughing, right? Yeah. Let's do that as well, why not? Our forester needs something to do in the meanwhile. You're just waiting on things to grow, are you? Things are growing, right? Oh, but you didn't get this line. Right, that's fine. You may now chop this line. Get to it. These guys are still nice and busy. Still plenty of wood to be chopped over here. Honestly, they're my current only source of wood. You're 50%, so another 15 days before you produce anything useful. These pines are fine. The next row of pines are at like 80% odds. The furthest away pines are like 30%. So there's going to be a nice little wave of pine becoming available shortly. And then in 2 weeks, we're going to have an oak. Oak. So good. So yeah, this should be fine. We should have all this harvested once before the oak becomes available, and then we're laughing. Absolutely laughing. We have 4 babies being produced now, which is excellent. Progress being made nicely. Tons of berries available, of course. More berries being produced. These take 12 days to actually grow to produce berries. And then another 12 days to produce berries themselves. So will they even survive that long? They do have 9 days of drought resistance, so they might be okay. But it remains to be seen. Right. We need science. We really need science, actually. Science is a major limiting factor. There's also way more jobs than we have people available, which is interesting. Why is that? Why is that? Is it just choppers, I wonder? Science! Science indeed. Need science to screw. Yep, if you don't have science, you can't screw. This is known. Screw for science. Drought ended. Wonderful. Let there be water. You can see all the water flowing out from here now. You can actually see water flow in this game, which is very nice. Do enjoy that. Right. I would be tempted to force everyone to walk through here so they get the wet fur happiness bonus, but that's a hassle. I'm not going to spend science on things that aren't necessary right now. Rooftop terrace might be nice. Oh, hold on. Put a rooftop terrace on some storage. That way I can still build vertically, but not have to worry about... I wish I had some storage backed up on that, but never mind. We'll do that. Still need to have a way up to it. I could get rid of some of these kohlrabis because they're not actually that useful. Then I'm also going to have to put in some storage soon for soybeans because they're about to start getting harvested in another like 2-3 days, something like that. That might be important. We're going to have plenty more babies coming in shortly, so that's going to be very fun. Yeah, we need to upper population. I may even add another breeding pod. Make it 5. Why not? Go crazy. We don't have anyone free for that. We you go back onto being a gatherer? You do. You drop that there, and then you'll be able to harvest all this stuff when it's available. We will demote this as soon as possible. Let's see, how long does it take? 10 days to produce 4, 2.5 days per. We currently have... how many? How many do we have? 5 7s plus 3. So that's 40... no. 38 times 4 divided by 10... which is basically 40 times 4, which is 120 divided by 10 is like 16, so I can support 16 with that. Every 1 beaver can be supported by 2.5 mangroves. So if I want to get the population up to 20, then I want to get that up to 50 mangroves. So I want another 12 mangroves planted. So that'll give us a little bit of leeway as well. And it'll give my forester something to do, because he's currently sitting on his arse. Well, not quite this time. Gonna up priority that. Still got one worker over there. He just got the geothermal engine working, not that it matters. Oh, I've got the science I need. Wonderful. Right, what was I unlocking again? I was unlocking the metalsmith. Right, 1 metalsmith. I think I'm just going to put the metalsmith up here. It doesn't need to be anywhere fancy. It doesn't need to do anything fancy. It literally just needs to sit there and produce a couple of screws. And I don't even need that many screws. So we're just going to give it a small warehouse just across the road from it. You can just take... where's the screw? You do take screws, don't you? You not take screws? Yes, you take screws. Wonderful. So that will only produce a couple of metal parts. This itself has a limit of unknown size. But that should be fine. We don't need to worry about that. Right, wood is now in natural production. This is excellent. There's only like... there's like 2 more trees left to chop up here. Is that just 2? Yeah, there's 2. There's 2 more trees to chop up here. And then these guys are done. God. Dear. So thank goodness these have started sprouting. Well, some of them have anyway. Some of the proper wave have started to sprout too, which is lovely. Yeah, as soon as these guys are done, I will, well, actually tell a lie. I'll disable one of their jobs just now. Enable one of their jobs just now. This is fine. Got babies, 2 babies in the wing, someone just grew up, 1 more is going to grow up imminently. We've got 4 more babies being produced. We've got a breeding pod on the go. We've got a metalsmith on the go, which takes a lot of planks. Scrap metal won't be a problem because it's produced right. Actually, and what's the rate at which the metalsmith produces things? Let's see. 1 metal, 0.2 logs, and 3 hours produces 1 screw? Damn. Expensive. Right, it's fine. Doesn't matter. We're producing very nicely. And I'm very happy about it. Right. Right. This stores kohlrabies. Do I need this to support kohlrabies? It's concerning how much we're relying on kohlrabies right now. It really is. What are people building? What are my builders doing? I've only got 1 builder. That's great. Right. Pause you, because you're not doing anything currently. Get building things. Seriously. Right. We've got 1 more person... chopping 1 more tree, and then this place is clear. Which is a mild concern. I'm gonna set these to be prioritized by haulers. They already are, that's fine. Completely and utterly fine. Could I do with a third? I might do with a third. Actually, yes, I should do with a third. You can go there. We'll have a third one. You guys have a lot of work you need to do. We need wood. Wood is a limiting factor. Actually, how much of a limiting factor is it? I don't know if it's that much of a limiting factor. But we definitely need wood produced up here. It's important. Very important indeed. But yeah, we need pots. We need pots. And we need screws. Can I have screws, please? How close are we to having screws? We're just limited by planks, which are being hauled over quite reliably. We do have enough in supply, we just need the thing built. We've got enough housing for 20. And we've got enough pop production to support 20. 2 seems to be able to support 15, although it probably wouldn't be able to long term. It's probably slightly lower. We've got a chance for population growth. More things to make people happy would be nice. These berries. No, that doesn't work. We would need to unlock platforms. And I could unlock platforms. Platforms aren't unfeasible to unlock. Oh yeah, how's that? Oh yeah, oh dear, yes. This is that thing that I forgot to look at earlier. The bad water source. So yeah, it goes down here, it goes down to here. I think that section's all stagnant. Is it filling? No, there's no drop here. So yeah, this bad water's gonna go to here and it's gonna stay to here. That's fine. Still moderately concerned about this area, the first bad tide we get. I might work to prepare for this just now. Actually, just while all this stuff's going on down here. Got pops coming in. We don't have any. Where are all my builders? What the hell? Got one person over here. You're producing screws. Right, that's necessary, whatever. Let's have the oil press active. And the fermenter. You no longer need that job, so that's fine. 2 more jobs available. Who can we give a job to? Rather, who can we take a job away from? You're producing. Okay, soybeans have started to grow. We've got a reasonable amount of storage. They should be able to hold off for a little while. Why are there so many bots around today? Seriously, what the hell? Yeah, what do we need? I've got. I think it's just because people die. Yeah, we've had a couple of deaths lately. Panuare died and all that jazz. So yeah, we could probably do some more. I'm gonna say that to prioritize by haulers. Not that we have any haulers. We need a bit of a service for haulers. I'm going to increase the number of these we need. 2.5 mangroves per beaver. If I want another 10, that's another 25. 25 more. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. So -1 -3 7 4s of 25, yeah. Oh, one too few. And we've got a surplus though. Go a bit over. Right, that'll let me boost the population up to 20, and that'll be supported on mangroves alone. As far as soybeans are concerned, that produces half of one every day. Ultimately, that takes 8 and produces 20 or something? I don't know. I'll need to double check the maths. But I think this should be enough to support 20 anyway. Look at that, the canola's just become available. Wonderful. Kohlrabies as a limiting factor for me is gonna start being a thing of the past. I'm amazed we've survived on kohlrabies as long as we have, but we are about to be screwed because we have run out of food. We have actually run out of food. This is terrible. Re-enable this gatherer flag because it's important. Yeah, we're slightly in trouble. We've slightly run out of food. Emergency. Let's plant some more kohlrabies, but harvesting is slightly more important. Marginally, though. Yeah, we're barely keeping on top of our food supply right now. Like, we're literally feeding people as quickly as anything we can. Which is a bit of a concern. We're keeping on top of things, but only barely. I'm actually scared to plant more because it means less time harvesting. And I think we're already at the stage where these kohlrabies aren't being harvested, so kinda concerned. I really hope this gets built sooner rather than later. Are we limited by logs? We're not limited by logs. I think we're just limited by builders. I'm gonna actually stop one of our inventors working because I don't think it's strictly necessary right now. I would rather have another builder than another scientist because we're kind of at our limit with what we can do in terms of science for now. Food is the limiting factor. I would rather have food than science, and we've got another drought. Fortunately, number 4 is another drought, so I don't have to panic much. Maybe afford to be a little bit lazy. Do we have all 4 of these active? Yes, we do. We've got no workers. Why don't we have any workers? Why do we not have any workers? Because I keep taking them away. Someone needs to build that though. Yeah, are we about to suffer a systems collapse? I think maybe about to suffer a systems collapse. Stop a couple of lumberjacks from working, get them onto building if possible. You are doing a something. We don't need metal, so stop that scavenger. Wood is kind of doing its thing, so I'm kind of tempted to leave the forester, but we're kind of alright for now. These guys are just producing kohlrabies as fast as they can. But yeah, by the looks of it, they're not able to pick them before they've all grown again. They've kind of hit our limit, sadly. These are only halfway towards being grown. Irritatingly, 52%. Never mind actually producing anything, so they're useless. This guy's producing berries, which is going to be essential for maintaining the breeding pods. Whether we can actually produce more with them alone remains to be seen, especially considering we're supporting 18 beavers on berries and kohlrabies, wild berries and kohlrabies. But the oil press is making progress. That's important. We're gonna have tons of wood when we need it. Let's not worry overly much. Our harvesters are harvesting. We've got some complaints about food, but not overly complaining about foods. Let's get time ticking along at time level 3, just to make some progress. I really want that oil press finished. I don't know why they're not harvesting the canola though. Ah, it's because they're prioritizing like kohlrabies. Because the kohlrabies are closer. Bit of a problem, actually. Yeah, kohlrabies are definitely a bit of a trap. They kind of are. They grow so quickly. There's too many of them. Right, the press is done. We've got someone in the press. It's producing so much stuff. This is fine. Wait, do we actually need this fermenter here? We do, because it requires 50 horsepower. The oil press requires 50 horsepower. Yeah, this is worth. This is worth. Right, so the oil press is pressing. It takes 1.3 hours to produce canola oil. And we want this to produce fermented soybeans. Get producing. This is so necessary, but no idea. Let's get a small tank set up for canola oil. I think we've got an option for it. Yes, we do. I'll get a medium warehouse set up for the fermented soybeans as well. Another bad water source about to drop. That's fun. I'm going to delete that just now, actually, and move it one closer just for the sake of space efficiency. Not that it really matters, but still. Another bad water source is about to go live. It's this one. Did I miss this one? I feel like I might have missed this one. This one goes down to here, comes down to here. This area is full of bad water already, which is a bit of a concern. This area is backed up. But there is an outlet over there. This will all go this way, join up with all this. Right. If this area... That should be able to handle a lot of flow. For a bit. And then that comes out over here. So that will be a concern. Is there another route that I can send it theoretically? Theoretically, I could send it up here. Does this go down more? Yes, it does. Okay, so I can control this section. Raise the... If I, like, put 2 levels of dam here, or rather levees, that would stop that from extending that direction, so that's good. Right, we've got 9 days. Oh god, that's horrifying. I don't know how we're gonna do here. Right, you need to store fermented soybeans. You need to store canola oil. That's essential. Unable to get all required materials. Why? You need canola seeds. Have we produced all the canola oil that we need? Yeah, we might have done. Or are we just not producing the seeds because they're not getting picked? Then they're not getting picked. Right. I'm going to prioritize the canola just because it grows the least frequently. So when it grows, they pick it. And I'm going to set this to be canola storage. Where's canola? There we go. So that will be prioritized anytime it comes up. I may need to increase the amount of canola growth that we're getting, but that's fine. We do now have a reasonable amount of soybeans, and we've got a reasonable amount of canola. We're producing tons of oil, which allows me to produce tons of soybeans. Wonderful. Yeah, that's pressing, that's producing. This is good. This is really good. Right, these are now working. It's going to take 9 days to produce more. But it does produce at a really good rate. Is it enough for us to really back up? Probably not. But I think we should be okay. Right, that's produced that. I'm going to deprioritize these, I think. I'm going to, like, turn these over to also being soybeans. So... I'm going to demolish, like, 4 rows of kohlrabi. And I'm going to set those to be soybeans. As soon as they're cleared out. Because they are much, much more important than fecking kohlrabis. We do have our mangroves, or well, we've got a significant number of mangroves. Our population's up at 25, well, no, 23 rather, which is fun. This area is not set to pop just yet. That goes down that way, and I don't worry about that. That's fine. Where's the rest of the bad water coming from? We've got a pool already somewhere, don't we? I'm missing. We've got a pool. Breeding halted because we ran out of berries, but that won't be a problem for hopefully too long. Yeah, where the hell's the bad water? Is that it? I thought there was a section that was already filled with water, and I was like, oh god, I've been ignoring that. I don't see it, you know. I just see this. Right, that goes down here, that goes down to... and it goes off the map that way. This area just fills up and stinks. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. I thought this area is much more filled with bad water than it is. Weird. Very weird. So Mel, check out Lord of Mystery yet. What's Lord of Mystery? Is that an anime recommendation? I've been so busy. Do you know the last time I watched anime? I don't. Wish I had. Wish I could. Dear. Yeah, sorry, no, my brain has been toffee lately. The anime recommendations, yeah. No, unfortunately not. I have been so swamped and exhausted lately, I have literally not had the beat. Wish I did, sadly don't. I have been incredibly tired lately. I have been commuting an extra 7 mile round trip every day. Nasty. I think it was when you went to the cinema to watch anime films. Yeah. I did do that. That was fun. Yeah, that was a while ago. That was like November? Early November as well. Right, I'm completely losing track of what was about to go off. This was about to go off, if memory serves. Yeah. I need to make my way over to there in order to be able to stop that. And there was also this one over here, which is about to go over the top. It just pours down, fills up this section, which is annoying. But I might be able to make that work, actually, now think about it. Right, I've still got 3 unemployed beavers somehow. Don't know why they're unemployed. We've also got a decent number of fermented beans now, which is lovely. Are we out of canola oil? We've got 4 canola oil left, but that's fine because that will produce 80 more fermented soybeans, so that is very good. Very, very good. And I would notice these guys are still spending more time on kohlrabi than they are soybean. So I'm going to tell them now to prioritize soybean. Like, always prioritize soybean when canola... Oh, right, okay, I'm starting to actually understand. So you want to make it so that the plant that should prioritize first is planted right around. Then the plant that should prioritize second, and then the fastest growing ones furthest away. Probably. Probably. You need to get like be like Pokemon, get a bike. I actually got a scooter. I have a scooter. Not one with a battery, literally just one that I power myself. It literally halved my commute time and has me to the point where I'm thinking, okay, once my muscles recover from this, I think I can actually do without having a train ticket, which is going to be very, very nice, actually. Right, I think we're going to have food under mostly control. We've got a gatherer flag set up to collect mangrove fruit when it becomes available. We're also producing soybeans, which is lovely. We've got a surplus of kohlrabi being produced, which is going to tide us over. Let's set up a little food storage. We'll set up a little medium warehouse just here. That is going to be just for mangrove fruit. So when we do get mangroves, that's going to tide us over nicely. We have 138 fermented soybeans. This is great. Right, we've got a surplus of soybeans. We've got no canola oil. I think I might actually increase the number of canola that we are growing. Let's extend it down to maybe just here. Like, that's more than double, nearly triple the amount of storage available. I don't want to do much more than that because I want to be able to use like further layers of this to produce more breeding pods. But that's fine. But yeah, I need to watch more anime. There's anime I want to watch. I just don't have time. Ooh, and that's a deep concern actually. Hold on. This is about to run out. How much more depth is there actually? We should be okay. I'm going to stop the deep water pump. We're going to stop the pump. Just so that we maintain water here. Because if these soybeans actually run out of water, they will die in 0.3 days, and that's terrible. Because we need those soybeans. Canola also only lasts half a day without water. So yeah, we're going to have to be a bit careful, but that's actually terrifying. That's actually really bad. I do think, though, aquifer drills... I think those actually do work through bad tides because you're accessing the aquifer itself. Which is kind of nice. But we're going to have to be very bloody careful. I mean, I think we'll be okay. We're not going to run out of this before more water comes in, but we'll have to be careful. Let's go for platforms, I think. 2 platforms, here and here, yes. Let's make a path here, stairs here, and can we make a bad water pump? We need a bad water pump. It costs a lot more resources to produce than a deep water pump. We'll just do deep water for now. Oh dear. We'll just do deep water for now. And we'll need a way to store bad water too. Maybe I... Alright. Now we're good to go. Get pumping water. We bloody need it. Water starts coming back. This is good. Oh, we need to lower all these to let the water in. Do remember that these are all separate from each other. Good stuff. So now water's starting to fill up again. Less concern. We can survive for 9 days without water. That is a deep, deep, deep concern. Right, in that case, I want to start thinking about ways to get more supply. And I think the best way is to get up to this. Problem is it requires power. And there's not any sources of power along here. Theoretically, we get it started, we can supplement its power by its own flow. That could work. No worries, Kiro. Thank you for dropping by. You take care of yourself. Be very good to yourself. Have yourself a nice weekend when it comes. But yeah, you take care, Kiro. Good to see you, as ever. Yeah, I'm thinking... we get up here. That requires 200 horsepower. Ideally, at some point, I run from this geothermal all the way around to it, but that's an awful lot of logs. Awful lot of logs. Could we theoretically do it? Not without having vertical power shafts. That's 40 science and requires gears. We don't yet have gears. But I could start producing gears. That should be the next priority. So let's unlock that right now. Plop that right there. And we'll get some gear storage on the go. I might need to build another lumber mill. Oh, no, I shouldn't because it's twice as efficient as a regular one, so that's fine. So yeah, that can get produced over there. I am, however, going to build steps up to here. Probably over here. Get some storage on the go. What do we want to store here? Probably... I'm gonna go fermented soybeans, not that it's likely to be necessary, but fermented soybeans, nonetheless. Where are those? Those are there. Lovely. Next, we'll keep time ticking along at speed 1, that's fine. That gets us up to there. Path. Path. We do want to go up to here. It's 2 layers high. I have unlocked platforms. Platforms are relatively cheap. Gonna do... Yeah, this is gonna be kind of high. So, double warehouses here. 1 platform on top of there. And then it's triple stairs. That gets me up to here. Lovely. And then... path to here. And that gives me something to work with. It also gives me a route to start thinking about making my way over here, control this bad water, which is flowing. I think I just didn't have the right view on or something. There we go. Yeah, I didn't have the right view on. I couldn't see that that was already overflowing. I'm clever. I'm really clever, you know? Oh, look at that! Those two both met! They're crossing the streams! No! Don't cross the streams! It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that water doesn't go down from here. We can divert this, however. And I think I'm inclined to do that. So that's going over there. We don't need to worry about this, but it will be a problem later. That's not really crossing though. Yes, it is. It's literally doing what happened in the movie. I mean, it's not crossing per se, but that doesn't mean it's not doing exactly what it should be doing. Also, that could not have gone any more perfectly if I tried. Run this up here. And where exactly do I want that? Does this get supplemented by extra bad water? Not here. There's no bad water thingy-mabobbers. So anywhere should be fine. I'm gonna put it on these blocks right here. So while they're currently asleep with the landscaping, we want levees. Levee, 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 levee. Red levee, yellow levee. And what that does is it stops water flowing down this way. It means it's got no choice but to go along this channel instead. Which puts it down here, which stops it going through there. Can't go up there, and... wait, does that just back it all up? That might just back it up and cause an even bigger crisis. Yeah, that actually, I mean... yeah, that's bad, actually. Okay, hold on. Maybe I don't want to do that. Was there another way that I wanted to go instead? Because if I send it down here, it fills up this area. This area gets bad tided. And there's actually a block down here. which, I mean, I could clear, but my goodness, it's going to be a nightmare to get to. More of a merge. It's crossing the streams. But yeah, that's... Yeah, I didn't realize that was just going to loop it back around on itself. That's disappointing. That's very disappointing, actually. Okay then, in that case, is there another idea that we can do? Is there another idea? I mean, we don't really need to worry about it just yet. Like, it's more a problem once these go during bad tides. And then it's got nowhere to dump. It will go up by one level higher, which is up to there, which balances out with here. It would flow this way. One level higher does mean that it goes down there, but it doesn't fill this area, which means that I can actually fill it with stuff that I want it to be filled, which makes it usable. So I do want to do this. I do want to do this. I don't want to not do this. So yeah, let's do that. And there's no nice cheeky way to get up here, unfortunately. So we'll just do another small warehouse. We'll do it like that. Get a path from here to here. Here. Oh, not that spot though. Like that. And then... Ooh, we do need to be slightly careful about how we build this, though. We can't just build on the diagonal. I think the way that we do this... Got to... No, not dam. Dams are bad for this. Levees. Double levee here, double dam, double levee there. That stops this by 2 levels. That forces it to go down here. At the end of this, it drops down 1 level. And then it'll fill up to here. Ooh, right. Then it goes back up a level, which means that this is going to be 1 level higher before it then overtops. Ooh, right, okay. So that is a trap. This is a trap. I'm glad I noticed it. We actually want the dam to be 1 level back. Otherwise, it's just going to overtop and we're going to be very, very sad about everything. So... Right. The narrowest point, I think, is like here. So... more levees. If we go... 1... Ideally, I want to go 1, 2, and then a third will do. So 1, 2, 3. Ah, that worked. Hold on, is this better? 1, 2. Ah, it's got to be from here to here, though. So if I do that, I can do 1, 2, and then there. Alternatively, 1, 2. Yeah, I think 1, 2, and then there. Like either that or that. Being 3 tall. That being 3. That being 3. That being 3. That works. These don't necessarily have to be waterproof though, but... How cheeky do I need to be? Planks. 15 planks is smaller than 36, so I'm just gonna delete these. These can just be platforms. Still expensive, but easier to carry. Oh, it's 18. Either that or I spend 200 and just get a triple platform. Triple platform's 10, which is like half price. I don't have the science for it. This track gives me Skyrim vibes. It's so chill. I love the music. I'm not kidding. The music for this game has just been playing rent-free in my mind all week. Like, I can't escape it. It's just so chill. It's so comfy. Right, what can I store here that's going to be useful later? So this section's not going to be water. This is all going to be green once I've done my dastardly deed. I love doing dastardly deeds. One of my favorite pastimes. Yep, that's going to be helpful. So. What do I want to store in here? Probably just food, right? Or soybeans, why not? Let's have a little look over here. Right, so I'm going to prioritize, not soybeans, we're going to prioritize canola, considering that's all become available now. Everyone's thirsty. Why is everyone thirsty? Yes, it's nearly Friday, you shouldn't be thirsty. It's fine. Why is everyone thirsty? They're only a little bit thirsty. Should I get another water pumper? That might be necessary, actually. I've been holding out on one pumper for a while. Let's get another log pumper down. Alternatively... I mean, we can build platforms over the water now. Oh, you need to be active. Hold on. Because, yeah, we now can harvest mangroves. Those things are great. We're out of berries, which is annoying. More berries are being grown, though. Don't worry. We are waiting for canola. Got canola. Produce canola, please. Kohlrabies are just kind of nice to have. Yeah, more babies aren't being produced. Everyone's thirsty. Is that limiting factor? Yeah, we've got berries with no water. Yeah, we need more water. We definitely need water. I mean, we could use you. You are pumping water, to be fair. Do we just like up your priority? Why are you at 0% productivity? Seriously. Prioritize you by haulers. We don't have any haulers, do we? We've also got an unemployed beaver. We're running out of metal again, so let's re-enable the scavenger flag, and that should be occupied for a bit. Yeah, we're out of water. That sucks. Why aren't you pumping? Get pumping! Cinnabar? Where the hell is Cinnabar? Is he too thirsty to pump? Seriously, hydrate, get pumping. Don't know why he's not pumping. Pump harder. Honestly, a better mechanical fluid pump would be nice. Have people actually made it up here yet? Not yet, because these don't currently have anything stored inside them. Should we turn off the notification for this? Ew, it's gonna be annoying. Well, they're busy with that anyway. I'm gonna set it for now to something we don't have any of. Hot heads. Just shut these things up for a bit. Right, we're gonna reclaim this entire area. It's gonna be great. But we need water. We've got 2 pumpers. Why aren't you pumping? Why are you at 0 productivity? What the hell? Oh wait. You've got the job, but you can't actually pump because there's something in the way. Ooh, that's annoying. Because there's an object there, you're not able to actually pump. Officially. That's annoying. Right, okay. Clear that out then. Delete this too while we're at it. That's actually really annoying. Yeah, we need to delete all. No, I didn't want to delete that. Oh god. Right, fine, whatever. It was just logs. Delete all of this. This better not be a bad tide coming up, I swear. Right, go get the stuff, please. It's important. I prioritize all of that. Right. What we need to do... We need levies. Here. Here, here, and here. So we need the whole thing exactly as it was, but one further back. Skill issue? It is a skill issue, but still. How many haulers do we have active? We've got 4. 2 unemployed beavers. What can we employ them at? Log pumpers, that's what we could use. You know what? I'm gonna do it. We need another log pumper over here anyway. I should not have held off for so long. Flip it. Nope, flip it again. Right. Path. Yeah, that's good. Highest priority, please. And then highest priority on the job as well. We've got tons of resources, just no one's working. Gear production's currently underway. We don't have any storage for gears. To be fair, we don't especially need it, but still. Put gear storage here, save some space. That's less important than the pumping. Get pumping! Get pumping your wood. Right, Zinavar has found himself a new vocation. Wonderful. Get pumping, you fiend. Everyone is thirsty. The funny thing is, like, their thirst doesn't go up to 100% as soon as they have any sippity weppity. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Oh, that's interesting. The forests are set to prioritize oak. These guys are just prioritizing logs in general, but they're actually prioritizing these, which are less important than the oaks, which are sitting all the way over here. Right, we'll activate another lumberjack over here. And make it 2. Deprioritize one of you. That way they'll chop down the last of these annoying trees over here. We'll get started on those lovely, lovely oaks. Even though these ones would be much better because they're in a better position, but whatever. Well, we're at it then. Let's put a large industrial pile over... Hold on. There's space for it here? Yeah, the space for it here. We'll just add a path to it there as well. That's fine. But yeah, we want to prioritize the pump. It's a drought. It's a drought, and we've got no water stored up. Oh god, this is terrible. Right, knowing my luck, at least it's a drought. It's not a bad tide. It's a drought. It's not a bad tide. Problem is we don't have a source of water. I do want to get to this, but people aren't prioritizing it. Also, we need to fix all this. So, more path here. We need more landscaping, so we need you to go there. Technically, we just need one of you to be in that position. So, levy here then. Yeah, this works. This totally works. Maybe I was a little bit aggressive earlier. I apologize. Right, so in that case, we do still need platforms. This is where it's going to be pumping from. I think we just need this. Set this path one further back. And have a path leading up to it. And then we do the deep bad water pump. Kind of put a deep water pump here, it's fine. There we go. Now that will actually be able to pump goddamn bad water. That bloody last. What I'm going to do as well, because we are going to need somewhere to store said bad water, I'm going to put that there. And this small tank for bad water too. Because we may as well store it somewhere. That's bad water storage. Because if we're going to be pumping it, we might as well store it. Right. I'm concerned about how long this drought's going to be. Quite concerned, actually. I'm going to pass here. We need more water storage. I could unlock the medium tank just now, but we don't have the gears to build them. Gear storage is in production. We just go for more regular water storage. I think we might need to. Where is the water storage? Here. Let's go for tank. Up to there. Tank. Kinda gotta be done. Wellbeing high score is 8. That's good. We've got another bad water source over here. Right, where does this go? This one flows down here. Will flow into this section. It'll back up all the way along to here. It can flow down here and off the map. Right, that's handy. This is the one that I want to put a block here for. Let's work on that as well. Yes, yet another project. Yet another project. So, considering we've got 7 days to work on it, I'd still rather work on it now rather than later. So... do small warehouse. Do I want it to be here? Yes, I do. That's fine. Just... here's fine. Path to it from here, like that. Double stairs. Path all the way up to here. So yeah, if we put a little block in here, that'll come all the way along here, fall down this slope, and then get dumped off the map that way. Which will leave this section also get bad water. That bad water comes in, that will fill up there, it goes into here. Where does that go? Where does this go? Down here, around into this section, which kind of causes problem for me as well. But there's no way to stop it from going that way. Alternatively, I mean, like, oh, hold on. That's an aquifer. So, alternatively, if I block off on this side, we pop the aquifer, The water from that, watch out for that bad tide mine. Water from that comes down here. Ah, I can't go back up here unless I do some funky dammy stuff. And then it just comes off the map. It's not a bad idea, but it's also not a great idea. Not a priority. So then how much do I care about this? How much do I care about this little project? Just save a corner of the map going dirty. Keep these two sources separate. I think we keep these two sources separate. Send this side off this way. And that way we don't have to worry about sources doubling up. This source is already doing its thing and we've got a plan for it. Yeah, I think we do this. We keep these sources separate so they don't bother each other, and it'll also make it easier to get across here to get at all this metal later. Yes. So, landscaping. Let's drive my Chevy to my levy. My levy. Where's a good spot? We do need to have two spots next to each other. Maybe just here and here. Yeah, this works pretty well. That works very nicely. For a better spot, not really. That's fine. We'll put along to here, and that'll do the job. So it's not the biggest priority in the world. I'm more interested in this section. Man, you're walking slow. Get a drink. Right, this is now done. Got our work hours at 18 hours. This is bedtime technically, and people are still hauling crap. Go to bed, Phils. I mean, I appreciate the effort. Like, I want these stairs built sooner rather than later, but at the same time, hurry the hell up. Get some rest. Your well-being's not going to go up by itself. Food situation seems well under control. Got some more berries over here that are getting ready to start to grow. This one's at 81%. That's lovely. That's very nice. Right, now we've got 2 water pumps over here collecting water. We've got no storage available, mind. That's a deep concern. Gonna up the priority of these just so they get done sooner. We can start stowing, but we've still got a lot of very thirsty beavers. Very, very thirsty beavers indeed. Which is a bit of a concern. This is also a very long walk, but it will be worth it once it's done. Have I still put these on pause? I thought I re-enabled one of these. Yeah, let's enable one. Got 4 unemployed beavers. We can activate this again. Oh, that means we just had some become adults. That's lovely. Very handy, actually. We could do with more constructors. I mean, we've got 4 constructors. They're currently occupied doing all that jazz. Not very helpful. We are gathering these mangroves quite nicely now. I'm also not too concerned about this whole construction. Like, it'd be nice to have, but like, it's more prep for the next bad tide rather than something that needs to be dealt with immediately. Oh, we can make our way up here now. That's interesting. That needs power and it needs a generator. It's fun. Let's build just a little wood gatherer flag up here, and someone can just do just a little bit of chopping. Not a lot. Don't need much. Just that little corner, just like a couple of things clear, just to make space for the aquifer drill over here. How are we on water production? Water wheel. That'll produce 120 horsepower per meters cube of flow per second. So yeah, the faster the flow, the more power it generates. The aquifer drill requires 200 horsepower, which means in order to power this... Wait, actually, tell us what rate it produces, because that would be interesting. That aqua drill requires 400. This only requires 200. So the ancient drills are actually twice as efficient as the modern ones. Which is very interesting. Right, those guys have started chopping, which is great. They're hauling. Wellbeing's up at level 9 now. This is excellent. Decoration-wise, we've got some decks. That rooftop terrace is still tempting me. Oh, we've got unhoused beavers. No, we can't have that. I completely forgot we need more housing for our beavers. Right, you can have another house right there. Build it when you feel like it. Let's see. We need to set these to all be water. We've got 0.7 days before the drought, and we do not have much water saved. I am concerned. We do have a decent amount of food stored, which is good. We do even have some spare canola oil. We've got some spare soybeans. I think I make some more storage for these things. Extend it to there. More fermented soybeans, please. Those things need to be produced. Right, are these guys hard at work? They are. They're working on this set of stairs right now. Better hurry up. We're getting a bit hungry. Fermented soybeans we do have plenty of. We've got a couple of people enjoying the mangroves. This is lovely. Let's see. There is also another crop. We've got cassavas. 5 days to produce 1 cassava. We can also set them to be fermented as well. They produce 2.5 per. It takes 2 hours. Does give us another option. So yeah, the fermentation process is the easy part. You put unfermented soybeans just there. We'll maybe make cassavas on the other side. Demand's way higher than it needs to be. Good. Have another fermenter, why not? That's one we're producing cassava. Not that we currently have any cassava, but still. These kohlrabis are a pain in my butt. They really are. Oh right, it's because I've not set this to prioritize the soybeans. Right, how are these coming along? These are at like 80%. Yeah, prioritize soybeans. We need soybeans. On that subject, yeah, more storage, specifically for soybeans up here. Here's soybeans. That's cassava. Those are soybeans. Lovely. Store a lot more. Let's make this soy as well. Production coming along. It's dawn. And how long is the drought? 11 days? Oh god. We're so screwed. We are so screwed. I'm gonna say no more planting. Prioritize harvesting, not planting. We can't afford to plant if we can avoid it. The good news is, a lot of our food's coming from mangroves, a lot of our food will be coming from blueberries. Canola don't need to be replanted. And... wait, soybean do need to be replanted, that's a concern. So yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. Right. These guys have gotten up this far. We've got one more set of stairs to go. And then it's all this. They can build the platform layer and the levee layer at the same time. And it's just one set of levees. I believe, guys. Totally fine. This bad water source is about to bubble over in 4 days. I'd like it if they could get these in place sooner, but it's not the biggest priority in the world. I'm actually gonna loop this around the other way, just so that I don't have to worry so much about collecting power with these later. So there's a couple of options. That's already popped. This will take 0 time to pop. That's great. That's annoying. Which means this is going to be filled with bad water by the time that comes through. Oh dear. These also need to go. They need to go. They need to go. I can clear what, because otherwise that's just going to back up. It's going to fill up to here. This is going to be a massive big moat. It's going to fill all the way back here. That's a biohazard. We need things to go down here, even just by 1. That'll make a big difference. That'll make a big difference. Right. Not feeling the happiest, knowing what I know. Entirely honest. Fortunately, they're focusing on harvesting, not on planting. Which means they'll pick all the food before they start planting anymore. At least that's the theory. Theory, right. Yeah, not having enough water storage. Vida! Hello, Vida. Good to see ya. Is that the legendary Melanie Bell, the sociopath who hates a certain Vida? Yeah, no, the very same. The very same. I need to know how you're doing, though, so that I can be mean to you in the most, like, appropriate way. Oh yeah, no, good to see you, Vida. Hopefully all's good. Hopefully you get your supply of pork chops sooner rather than later. I know you like your pork chop. May you not be neglected by pork chops, or by want of pork chop. Yes, yes. I mean, information for topical smack talk. Indeed, indeed, it's very important, highly important. But yeah, we're Timberborning. Nothing can possibly go wrong. Prioritize canola. That's the limiting factor we've got. Yeah, it's a limiting factor. Yeah, I think I need to get rid of the kohlrabis entirely. They're kind of causing a problem. Like, they're nice to have for dietary reasons. They're just... It's tricky to find a good corner for them. Like, maybe just, like, replace this section for them? I don't know. Or chop who? Exactly. Exactly. Right. At least we've got tons of soybeans now. This is good. This is very good. We've also got water. Unfortunately, that's filling up a lot faster than I wanted. Why is that taking so long? We've got unemployed beaver. Right, okay. We need a builder's hall because we don't have enough builders. Another builder's hut, please. So that people can actually, you know, get jobs done. Those beavers. They really are useless. Right. Beaver Builder's Hall goes here. Let's prioritize it, because I want it done sooner rather than later. This is starting to come along. We've got... Wait, where's the... Oh yeah, it's a drought. Drought means no bad water. Oh, that's why I couldn't find things earlier on, because all the bad water dried up. That makes sense. Yeah, I always forget that bad water doesn't flow during a drought. I mean, like, you'd think it makes sense, but apparently not. Yeah, get this builder's hut built. That's important. We have the resources. People just aren't building, it seems, for some reason. Ooh, no. Hold on. Can I don't think I can. Yeah. As soon as we build this, suddenly our pops are going to be homeless again. More homeless beavers. Very sad. Very sad indeed. But yeah, no, this game is great. This game is great. I am playing on a high difficulty. Very stressed. We're 2 days into a drought and we're halfway through our permanent water supply. I am deeply concerned. Deeply concerned. This we're waiting for logs and planks. They're hauling them from over here. Maybe I should have built them closer to the logs and planks. Over here, maybe. No, it's fine. Right, you were prioritizing canola. Now prioritize soybeans again. Canola does need to be replanted. That's evil. That is so evil. Right, we're pressing canola. We're getting canola oil. We are going to be fermenting the soybeans with it. We have lovely fermented soybean. Oh yeah, it's weird. I think it's because we're trying to build this and it's so far away. But it's got to be done. This is important. Really important. There's a lot of fermented soybeans over here. Have people just been hauling stuff from here? I fit that to empty. We don't need that. We don't need that full of stuff. That's so unnecessary. Very rude. Right, how are we doing on the scrap metal? Actually, 6 stored up. That feels like the same as what we have. I mean, I suppose we have been producing screws and stuff, and we do kind of need screws, but still. Right. Right, this builder's hut is now done too. So we've got more builders doing more jobs. This is good. Water-wise, I'm mildly concerned. I might stop one of the pumpers now. Try and preserve as much water as we have left. Because as it is, where's the button for it? Yeah, we're a bit below halfway. We've got a reasonable amount of water stored up. I'm going to try and make it last. We've got 132 and we've got 32 beavers. That's 4 days worth of water. That's not enough. Okay, keep pumping. Keep pumping. I'd rather we had the water in hand than dehydrated. This is going to be bad for my soybeans. And my canola. Kohlrabi might be okay, but I'd rather not have dead beavers. Like, beavers not being dead, that's more important than having plants. Especially considering we've actually got a surplus of food right now. Like, food's not a concern. Food is a very low concern right now. I might set up another gatherer flag, actually. We do not have any unemployed beavers. Have they finished over here yet? They've got one done. We're just waiting on one more platform, and then they can get working on the next section, and that'll make life a lot easier later in life. That's been emptied, that's good. That's just haulers doing things. I don't care about them. Oh, where are all my beavers? What are all my beavers doing? They're all pumping their logs. I don't appreciate that. Stop pumping your log. I don't think we need 3 log pumpers. Let's stop one of them. Wait, actually, tell a lie. 3 log pumpers is pretty good. Now I think about it. Wood we're well ahead of. I'm gonna stop one of the log choppers. These oaks. I really wish there was a way to prioritize the oaks. Like, I really wish I could prioritize oaks. I think I just need to swap all this out for oak. Swapping everything out for oak would not be the worst, but you have to kind of do it in stages, otherwise you're in trouble. Yeah, I'm going to stop another lumberjack over here. Unconnected building is here. That's fine. I'm just connecting one of those. They're deciding to build that, which is interesting, because that's about to erupt in another half day. Not that it's going to do anything. That's fine. Extra builders, extra busy. Wonderful. Might temporarily convert this to store water, just so that we've maximized the amount of water storage that we have. The mangroves have 6 days of drought resistance, so they should be okay as long as this doesn't completely drain by that time. Yeah, this shouldn't completely drain. They should have water, that'll be fine. They shouldn't die. Babies are fine. Got plenty of water available. That's pumping. That's going to start storing water. You're not storing anything for some reason. I'm going to tell you to store... fermented cassava. Oh yeah, I never planted the cassava, did I? No, I didn't. I was too busy panicking. Also because that's not actually built yet. Like, that's pretty far down the priorities list. But I should probably plant some cassava. Probably not during a drought, though. We'll wait for the next dry spell. I could do with dynamite. Dynamite would be useful. I could also do with getting up here so that we can actually access water at all hours. Dynamite would also be good, though. Dynamite would be nice. I think we can work with this, so... We can make a little channel that just, like, dumps water down here. From here. Yes, we can do that. I've found a way. What we will need for that, we'll need a... deep mechanical fluid pump to 700 horsepower. We have to run more power for a mile, aren't we? We have to run it all the way up from here. I don't know how feasible that is. Also, does that require anything fancy? Yeah, it requires metal, and it requires treated planks. That's so annoying. I could make a tapper shack. How much science is that? 500? We can't afford that. Can't afford that, sadly. Got a lot more adults, we've got a lot more bibbies. That's coming along very nicely. Soon they'll be very free from this little corner of the world. That dam's complete as well, so when this erupts, it's going to be separate from that, which is going to be very good. We need a set of stairs, possibly just here. Here will do. They should be able to destroy this from any height, because, you know, this game makes perfect sense. That'll help them deal with that. Gonna up the priority of that by 1 so that someone sees to it sooner rather than later. Also put up the priority of that. Water wise, we're getting a bit low. I think this will run out maybe halfway through day 5 remaining, so it's gonna be 4 days left. You're injured. Ooh, I didn't know we had injured beavers. That's a shame. Right, we do have medical beds. 80 science, that's annoying. Also decontamination pods, those are fun. Yeah. Medical beds. Beaver's got injured doing something, wish I knew what. But still, we can't have them being injured. Let's build probably just here. And here. They're like close to their homes. Two should be fine. I'll make it 3, because why not? Did not realize that someone was ill over there. That's coming along. Come on, guys, get beavering. Wait, are these even reachable? They're reachable. Right, that's fine. Don't care. We'll get to it. They'll get to it. The hope is I'll be able to fill this area up myself. That's right. Nothing else for you to do. That's fine. We'll just disable you. In fact, I'm gonna go lead you. Would be fine. There's stuff to get over here. How much is this worth? 200 science? Okay, I'm gonna get that. We are gonna get that. We need 200 science. We need to activate this aquifer drill. 200, that's 3 beavers turning. And we also need to be able to control where the water goes. I'm gonna send a path down here as well. Platform. That's not gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Maybe down this way instead. What we don't want this water to go. I think I want it to go this way. If I were to send it this way, it just goes off the map really quickly and is difficult to do anything with. So I want to send it this way. So let's send this down here, then to here, double stairs here. All the way to here. Probably best to platform. And then once we're across, what's the best way to close this off? This is 2 diagonals, but we can't work in diagonals. Probably just 3 right across. Yeah, 3 right across is fine. So, is time taking long? Time's taking long, that's fine. 3 levies, 1, 2, 3, with a path over the top. That should let me access all that. Once that's done, we're going to need to send somebody down here. We're going to need to demolish this first. Highest priority. This on second priority. Oh, we definitely want to do that actually. Cancel demolition 1 at a time. And this is going to fill this entire area, which would otherwise be polluted, with lovely, lovely water, which is going to be incredibly useful. And that section's been completely cleared. That is absolutely excellent. Right, while we have someone in this vicinity, this area is fully sided off, so I'm not concerned anymore. I want to double stairs here and here. Yeah, path on the go as well. Down to here. Ooh, I just realized how little bad tide protection I really have down here. Actually, I shouldn't need bad tide protection here for the most part. All I need here is a dam to stop water coming out here very quickly. I could build it a bit further down, and then this area becomes more cleared. Yeah, I'm going to build it a bit further down. Dam can go down here. Yes. We do have tons and tons of workers. That is fine. This area should be completely fine. Oh my god, look how fast they're working! Great! Right, we've got no free beavers, and I'm conscious of the time. It's nearly long since past my bedtime. Honestly, I should have been asleep 20 minutes ago. But it's fine. I'm kind of used to not being fully rested at this point. I'll go to sleep soon. It's fine. Large power wheels up to 300 horsepower. This requires 200 horsepower. Will that be enough? There's a water wheel, which requires planks and produces 500 odd horsepower. There's a steam engine which produces 400, but requires water and woods. Geothermal engine's a dream. I will start things off with a large power wheel. Put this right here. Can I just... Actually, hold on. Can I... Hold on, delete that. Delete that. Large power wheel. If I put this... I can't put that there. I can put it... Can put it here. Provided I put something here first. Yeah, let's do that and that. Then power, large power wheel, then power shaft. There we go. And then we just need to path this up so that someone can actually power it. Then we'll have water. I can also keep this area full by placing 2 dams here. So it'll only overspill once this area is full, which means this area should be... Oh dear. Right, okay, how long's left? We've got 3 days left. And we're running out of water. Looks like these have only just died. Damn, I should have made sure we weren't planting for longer. That's a problem. Right, how drought resistant are these? 7 days. These are already dead, so it's been at least half a day already. I wasn't paying attention. I mean, there wasn't anything I can do. I wasn't paying attention. Great. Right. Fortunately, people are more hungry than they are thirsty. This is fine. They're already working on this section, which is wonderful. They're getting tons of logs brought down here. That does take a while, though, which is annoying. Let's see. I was moderately concerned about this area. But these haven't started spewing yet. If they did, the water would go down here. Down here. I've already successfully destroyed that. Let's demolish that. Right, okay. So that dam already stops water coming down here, which is good, which means it has to go this way, which sends it off the map. That's good. But that is all. I don't know. That's the bad water. That's bad water as well. So I'm not really. Right. Well, we've got tons of fermented soybeans. We're not going to starve. We can also pause each of these for now. Water, I don't think we're going to survive. Unless we can get this up and running. In which case, where's my priorities tool? Set this all to very high priority. Otherwise, we're gonna die in like 2 days. Granted, that just means that everyone will be thirsty for a little while. I think we might be okay. Like, some of our plants are gonna die. Our oaks are gonna be fine. Our pines are gonna be fine. The biggest problem we have is the death of our soybeans and our canola, but we'll get that going. I thought this would be a much more chill game. It is if you're not playing on the hardest difficulty, and I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. So you know. Cancel demolition. Cancel demolition. Because yeah, I like challenging myself. Also, that's just to stop bad tide water coming in this way. Why am I so concerned about that being bad tide water? Not the biggest of deals. It does stop it from backing up, and that's a problem. Can't demolish that. Super high priority. It'd be nice if I could. I think I should be able to. Just like one down. I'm gonna build more housing up here too. Housing's important. Believe it or not. Not that I'd know anything about that. Living in the UK. Fine. We do, however, need... Actually, is there a better way to do this? I think it's the better way to do this. Let's do housing like this instead. So that is a bit easier to control exactly where the beavers go, because we can easily slap down a little shrub right here. That'll cover everybody as they're getting out for the day. We are out of water. I am prioritizing this, aren't I? We're waiting on logs. Get in there, you fiends. You're going to die of starvation. I'm putting the hours up to 24. Everyone will work overtime until this is done. This is the highest priority. 6 unemployed beavers. Why have we got 6 unemployed beavers? To be fair, we should have more. Well, we're not going to have too many unemployed beavers soon, once these logs are put in place. That they're not even prioritizing anymore, that's good. That they've done. This is fine. Mel's been possessed by Scrooge. This game does that to you. It turns you into a capitalist monster. That doesn't. It doesn't actually. It's such a good game though. I genuinely love it. I really do. So much fun. Yeah, that's the problem. Let's have a look at my beavers. Everyone's thirsty. I wish it told you in more detail how thirsty they were, rather than just saying that they are thirsty. Right, we've got more babies being born as of yesterday. Maybe we should pause the breeding pods during a drought. That probably contributes quite a bit. But yeah, that means that we can survive for 9 days and no longer, just based off of the water in here. Right, we are now producing water, or we should be, but it's not producing any water. Does drought affect these as well? That's rude. That's so rude. I mean, that's all connected. It is. Okay, right. That just means that there's no water up here even during a drought. That is incredibly rude. I am very disappointed in you. Right, well, there goes that plan. I was going to use this. I was going to use this for evil, but apparently I don't get to be evil. Right, that means these jobs need to be enabled, and hopefully we'll not have a mass number of deaths from dehydration. I think people have only just become thirsty, so it's not too bad. It's not great, it's not too bad. Yeah, next day we're going to be completely fine. Completely fine. We've got 4 unemployed beavers. Keep that power wheel active so that people go on it ASAP. That's been cleared. That's been set to be cleared. We can have this demolished with high priority. We do also need to get someone over to here, so that should work. Oh yeah, we don't need 24-hour working anymore. Everyone can go to bed. I'll even give you a break. I'll even give you a break come the morning. Just go to bed. Right. Yeah, food we're fine for. It's water. Water's been the limiting factor. We didn't have enough water at the start of this season, and we've not had enough water since, which has been a problem. Fortunately, the drought is over. Here comes the water. Come on. There we go. Ah. And green returns to my little spit of land. My Digimon wants to go to bed. Yes, you may go to bed. Hold on. The water returns, and someone's pumping it already. People are really freaking thirsty. Right. Go to sleep. My Digimon goes to sleep. Lovely. Will give me peace and quiet until the morning. He actually woke me up this morning. In the best of ways, I needed my Digimon to wake me up this morning. Dear. Yeah, I fell back asleep after my alarm went off. Wonder why? I'm tired. Right, there we go. We are pumping water. We have supplies. We are not gonna die. Some people might die though. Watch the population. Dear. Right, our planters are getting ready planting. We're producing more water. More water storage might be an idea too. Do we have any good corners to store some? We can store some just here. Everyone's still very thirsty. So I'm gonna actually up the work hours to 18 again, just so that, you know, people are pumping their logs. But we did survive, and we've actually got water being produced over here, which is fantastic. Well, a little bit. If they build that faster, this area will stay green. That'll be great. Come on, you little fiends, get to work. Enough to get a bit of water flowing in here. This dam's up as well, so this area is going to stay green because we're pumping all the bad water around this way, and look, it's still going around. That bad water comes on down. This bad water is going to have to go all the way around here and fill this corner up, which I made sure is not going to cause us to die. Although it might make it difficult clearing that out later, but it's fine. I've already resolved that problem. I don't think there's any more hidden surprises around here. That's backed up nicely, and if that goes up one more layer from there, that'll start discharging out here. Wonderful. That's good. That's really good. So yeah, in the meanwhile, we just got this lovely little corner down here. Yes, there's bad water down there, but we don't care. We don't care about that. Right, more water. Come on, guys, build the dam already. Ah, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. This is a good game. This is a good game. Very stressful, however, because yeah, we've had 4 cycles so far. There's a 40% chance going forward of any season to end with a bad tide. They're going to be between like 5 days and freaking 5 and 8 days of temperate weather. And as you saw, I can only actually survive for a maximum of 9 days without running out of water, which is a deep, deep concern. I am deeply concerned by this. So I'm gonna have to try and figure out better solutions, I think. I don't know what the solutions are gonna look like, but it's gonna kind of have to be necessary. What have we achieved so far? Well, we've done quite a bit. We've survived 4 cycles so far. We've managed to not lose anyone to an incident, which is wonderful. Although our, I can't have noticed our population has actually increased to over 40, well, approaching 40. I'm not prepared for 40. So I might have to look into producing some more mangroves. We need another 25 mangroves being planted. So let's see what we can get. That's 12. What's your area, by the way? That's your limit, right? That's 12. And 9 is 21. That gives us a surplus. Right. It'll take a while before they're up and running, but it does give us a surplus. We need you to prioritize cassava, because cassava needs to be planted, because that is like one of the bigger limiting factors. Always prioritize that. Then soybeans could probably do with more kohlrabies actually, but should be fine. Yeah, and we do need logs to be pumped. Aggressively pumped. I've got 3 pumpers active now. And yeah, we'll have to see how things go. But yeah, if you don't mind, I'm going to call things here. We are well past my bedtime. So if you don't mind, we will call things. So yeah, massive thank you everyone for coming along here today. Whether you've been here from the start, you came along partway through. It's been very fun. Do love this game. Would highly recommend picking it up if you haven't already. Let's very quickly put a little dam in over here, just to hold another little bit of water. Be nice. But yeah, we'll call things here. So yeah, next stream we should be streaming on what day is today? This is Thursday, so next stream should be on Saturday. We might even finally be going back to playing some Helldivers with friends. That might be nice. Also, yeah, this is gonna overflow, isn't it? We're gonna lose some water over there when this fills up, but if it does, good problem to have. But yeah, Helldivers with friends coming up probably at the weekend, because I've not played for a while. Been having too much fun playing this. But yeah, anyway, we'll call things here. So yeah, but as I say, I've been here from the start, came along partway through. Do appreciate. I'm knackered. I'm gonna go to sleep. Until next time, folks, take care of yourselves. Be very good to yourselves, and I will see you all again very, very soon indeed. Bye, everyone. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye. Or who knows? Maybe we'll just play more of this. Maybe I'll do another ridiculous. How many hours was I streaming last time? I think I streamed for like 9 hours or something. Last time I played some of this. We'll see how it goes. Could possibly go wrong. Is there anybody else playing this? I doubt they are. Let's look into the creators thingy-majiggy, by the way, the creators project. Unfortunately, yeah, there's a lot of people playing right now. Dear. Should say as well, actually, if you're not already following, please do drop one. I will probably end up playing this again at some point. You can raid today. Let's raid. You know what? We've not raided Owry for a while. He's playing some Slay the Spire 2, which I've never checked out actually. That's fun. Yeah. Take care, folks. Matane.